We are thrilled to announce the first ever Global Disclosure Day on October 20th, a historic event that brings together Citizens for Disclosure groups from 43 states and around the world for a unified call for transparency. Watch parties will convene for a 2-hour live stream event, featuring powerful voices in the disclosure movement, including notable speakers and local activists sharing personal stories and groundbreaking updates on the UAP front. This is more than just a date to circle on your calendar. It's a day to rally behind, a global movement for truth and transparency.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our live stream pregame show, as it were, for today's Global Disclosure Day activities from New Paradigm Institute coming up later today. First of all, I want to encourage you to participate. I will be hanging out throughout this time together for the next 2 hours. We're going to be talking about some things from our podcast called Unsealed that we've done over the past year that are very relevant to this discussion today. And I just wanted to say hello to y'all, and feel free to, again, correspond, whether you're on YouTube or also on Facebook. But wherever you happen to be, sharing the YouTube link to Wings of the Eagle would be awesome. And get some discussion going. As you see at the bottom of the screen, you can subscribe to the podcast wherever you subscribe to podcasts. It's available everywhere, and including if you are a Christian like myself, as probably most of you are. We want to give serious consideration to this UAP UFO topic, and that we should be talking about this in a more serious, leadership-oriented way. So go to uapcouncil.com. And so let's get it started. The first thing we're going to highlight today is what we call unsealing SCIFs and SAPs. SAPs are a big part of why we don't have disclosure at this time. So we're going to get into that to lead off. Discussion on that, and then following that up with the very famous and now confirmed to be accurate Wilson Davis memo. And then finally, before the program begins, we're going to talk about the drone issue at Langley Air Force Base and the mystery drones, as we are being told that they're called now, and what is really going on there, and defenses against drones and things like that, and where the vocabulary will really confuse us if we allow it. So let's get into all that. Again, let's talk about this, whatever you want, ongoing discussion in the chat area, wherever you are, preferably on YouTube. And let's get it going with unsealing SCIFs and SAPs. See you throughout the day for the next 2 hours. This should be fun. Hey, I'm going to talk about something that's, I don't know, some people find it fascinating, like me. Others maybe think it's too technical or nerdy, but it's really, really critical to understand what SCIFs and SAPs are. SAPs especially. We talked about this one other time, and I was trying to get, before we went on the air, which I wasn't able to. By the way, we are on audio as well on every podcasting platform imaginable. You just go to wingsoftheeagle.com/podcast and find all the episodes that we've ever done. It's also on the Spotify app as well. The date that I talked about SAPs previously was, I thought back in September. Or so. Maybe. Sorry, just trying to get it. Well, you can search and find it, but I think it's probably called Why the Secrecy is the title. And that was on September 14th. Pretty sure. Okay. All right. Anyways, go listen to that or grab that and watch it. Hey, my friends, I see Bond Servant, I see T-Rex, my best buddies on this weirdo topic. I know Christians aren't supposed to talk about this, right? Especially pastors. They have better things to do with their time. Should be writing a sermon or something, right? Well, I think it's really important to understand. And so let's get into it. By the way, we are brought to you by your giving. If this blesses you, if this ministry is from God and you're being blessed by it and fed by it or whatever, or anything that we do here at Wings of the Eagle, especially this podcast, please, if you're interested in it, continuing, give today, wingsoftheeagle.com/donate. We also have many free resources on our website. Please go get it. The rapture, we talk about the millennium. We have full courses on those very controversial topics. But again, we rely on God and his word and his Holy Spirit. Amen. So with that said, not many Christians are in this space. And first, I just want to make it a safe place, a safe space for any believers, fellow believers who are interested in, maybe you've had experience with, maybe you're in the government, maybe you know what a SAP is right now, you know what a SCIF is, maybe you've been in one. Okay, all right, Tiki the wordsmith is back with Transorbital Thursday. Okay, I'll take it. That's good. Transorbital. Anyway, so yeah, maybe you're in there. Maybe you're part of this discussion. Maybe, and I get it. People have different opinions. I know Tiki has opinions on this stuff for sure. But I feel like from July, even through now, it hasn't changed a bit, which is we need as a church, as the witnesses of Jesus, to be very serious about this topic. Because we're promised that everything about the world will be shaken before the return of Jesus. Everything that includes our understanding of reality. Now, we're told some very specific things in scriptures and not every single detail of what to expect, but some of it is earth-shaking stuff and paradigm-shifting stuff and seeing miracles in front of your face and seeing something about something falling from the sky like figs, or stars falling and the Antichrist and him actually casting down things from heaven. So like, crazy stuff. And it would behoove us to, at this point, just take the evidence for what it is and not be be I hate to say agnostic, but to not know exactly what's going on, because nobody knows exactly what's going on as far as I could tell. That there is a real thing happening, and call it what you will. But so let's get into it. So the government itself, the American government, the United States, has taken this very seriously, even though they lie and say they don't. We know that. It's out there. For decades. It's been the same old story that there's nothing to see here, but yet we're going to keep spending millions and millions of dollars on it. And maybe billions of dollars on it. Okay, so what is a SCIF and a SAP, and why do they matter? A SCIF is hang on, my notes, which I didn't put in the notes. It's secure. Hey God, wait, I'm gonna get this. What the heck? I gotta make better notes. A sensitive, compartmented information facility. Sensitive, compartmented information facility. SCIF, SCIF. It is an area, room, a group of rooms, buildings, or installations certified and accredited as meeting Director of National Intelligence Security Standards. In other words, it's usually just a room, a place where it's deemed secure by the security apparatus of the United States government, to the point where nothing that is spoken in there can ever get out. You're not allowed cell phones. You can't take notes. Can't take anything into it or out of it except your body. And of course, you're not allowed to say what you heard when you go into them or what you saw when you were in it. That's a SCIF. Okay. And so that has been a point of contention with this issue that now it's coming to light, that we first really saw on in July, but it's building since 2017. About getting in these SCIFs to find out the real deal stuff. The elected, the representatives and senators and things are constantly asking for meetings in SCIFs, but are constantly denied. However, we did get one here last week. I guess we'll go to the SAP here in a second. So what happened last week? One of the committees, the one who you saw in July, bring Mr. Grush, Mr. Fravor, and Mr. Graves in front of and to tell what they know, what happened to them, and what in Grush's case, what he was stymied and stopped from doing, and made him become a whistleblower. That committee pushed and finally got a SCIF meeting with the IGIC, the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community. This is one of the higher ups who is supposed to be an independent investigator that's appointed by the president, and he's supposed to be able to investigate any part of the government that he's responsible for looking into. If people are saying something illegal is happening, he's the one who determines that, he or she. So that's that guy. They taught Monheim is his name. They went to a SCIF, and everyone was invited apparently on that committee, and apparently any senator that wanted to join, yada yada. I thought I saw there were 16 or 18 attendees with the Inspector General, and they came out afterward. It was last Friday, and many of them were very sober when they came out, and not in a alleviated, relieved way, but in like, well, boy, we got to do more. This is not going to end anytime soon, because they were confirmed. Many things that they were hearing from David Grush, for example, were confirmed. And what also was confirmed was this ecosystem of secrecy and deception that is built into our government apparatus, especially in the Defense Department and what they call the intelligence community. So I know many of us want to smash them together, but they're different. The CIA is not part of the military. It's its own thing that has no oversight except for one cabinet level person. It's kind of ridiculous. Anyways, there's that. And then there's the Pentagon, which is the military side. That's the Department of Defense. Okay. Anyways. So they are different, but there's regardless of which one you're talking about, there is a culture, a ecosystem, an entire ecosystem built up over decades, many decades, maybe 100 years of secrecy and deception. That's what intelligence, those are spies. Okay. Right. Intelligence people. I mean, they lie for a living. When the Department of Defense is working on secret programs they don't want anyone else to know about, not only other countries, but your own country, if you want to keep it secret, there's ways to do that. And so hence what we call a SAP is born. And so if you didn't see the podcast we did explaining the SAPs back in September, I'll share it just because it's represented very well in this picture. Sorry, audio people. And there we are. If you can tell that's just a big like an org chart. It's a hierarchy of what you would call a SAP, a Special Access Program, SAP, Special Access Program. In other words, you have to have special access to be a part of this program. And these programs, sorry, just trying to make it a good size for y'all to see, have different compartments in them. Like you just heard, a SCIF, it's compartmented, means there's different a compartment, a container, a silo, call it what you will, under this program has different compartments, and any person working in compartment A has no communication or information necessarily about compartment B. Let's say there's 4 compartments under this program. They're each separate, and they all work together in their compartment, but they don't talk to the other compartments. And likely none of them knows the full program. Only the director or the whoever is in charge of that special access program, whoever has that access to know, has the access of the whole story. So you have in this example here, you see the umbrella, which is the SAP. That's the SAP. The program itself contains all these containers or compartments. Under the compartment, you have subcompartments. Under the subcompartments, you have projects and contractors and who carries it out. Sometimes it's the military itself or the CIA. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes any one of these compartments could be the work in it, the project can be contracted out. All right. To who? To private companies. To, let's say, aerospace companies. And again, just to, well, then who does know? Well, the person who has this special access program has to be given permission by higher up people, by the Secretary of Defense and the Congress is what it's supposed to be. But then somewhere along the way, there were special types. We're not going to go into this today, but there are special types of special access programs that are even more and more and more secretive, to the point of being bigoted. That means you can exclude whoever you want to not know. Basically what we call a black program, but even more secret than that because it's hidden from the Congress and the committee that's supposed to have oversight over your department of the military or the CIA or whatever it is, who's supposed to have access to your special access program to look into it, say, hey, what are you doing with this money? We gave you $1 million last year. Where'd it go? I want an update. That doesn't happen either when you have these super, super duper mega special access programs that only the Gang of 8 is supposed to be over. The Gang of 8 are 4 specific offices and extras from both parties in the Congress, Senate, and the House, 8 individual people. And possibly they are the only 8 people outside of the program itself who knows what it is. Not even the president of the United States would be told. That sounds illegal, especially since the Department of Defense and the CIA fall under the executive branch. Anyways, point is, it's done. I mean, it happens. And the Gang of 8 is supposed to know everything. That's the theory. Is that the way it actually is? No. No. We know this is not the case, for example, because if you remember a senator named Harry Reid, he just passed away recently, 2 years ago now. I don't know, whatever. But he was part of the Gang of 8. He was one of these 8. And there were things happening that he was not told about. And he found out about it. That's where a lot of this stuff has come from. The accountability wasn't there and the law was not being followed. So they started pulling threads. Right? And anyway, that's how we got to this point. That's what a SAP is. That's what a SCIF is. If you need me to redefine it for you, I'd be happy to do it. But that's what it means. And it all they are doing is creating a secrecy and deception. I mean, that's just a fact. It's not a judgment. That's what they're there for. That's why they're there. They don't want you to know. There are things they're working on that they don't want out. So they build this ecosystem. And when I say deception, that's when you get to one of these higher level SAPs, these programs that it says they're dark. You're not allowed to admit they exist. That's literally in there. You cannot admit you work on this. Even if someone comes to your face, hand on the Bible, and says, do you have knowledge of this program? You must say no. That's called deception. That's called lying. That's called illegal. But there it is. And if you ever do say something to expose the fact that you are working on this particular program, there again, since they're dark and secret, we can't be positive all the things that happen to people, but we know people have been hurt and killed because they sign papers basically that say this is treason if you tell. And we know what happens to traitors. Secrets, right? Kangaroo court or whatever, military tribunal, 5 minutes long, you're guilty, you're executed. Like, that's treason to a military person, to a Pentagon person, to a CIA person. So that's part of these SAPs. That's the reason why you can't say, oh, well, why don't we know these things? They would just say, it would just leak out. They literally cannot say. They agreed to never, ever, ever say. So the only way, basically, these things are going to come out unless, there are drastic structural changes, and there might be slowly but surely, but perhaps. But as it is, you're going to need whistleblowers. You're going to need people to say, yeah, I signed this agreement, but I'm going to say it anyways. They're going to have to put their family, their career, their life potentially at risk to expose it. That's where we're at. And that's what Grush did. Okay, so what else happened since we talked last? So we had the Congress and the SCIF, and they all came out. By the way, I encourage you to look at, there's videos about like a compilation of all the representatives that came out and gave a statement after that SCIF meeting. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting. Ogles from Tennessee. Obviously, Burchett is always good for cutting to the heart of the matter. Ogles, though, very interesting comments. Luna, very interesting comments. Burleson. Anyways, go check those out. And like Luna, for example, was saying how basically when they were saying aliens and this and that, she's like, dial back on that and think of, there's a reason why Grush said interdimensional, for example, in his testimony, which he was kind of just hypothesizing, like this is one of the possibilities because we don't know where this intelligence is or where they come from necessarily. So that's one of the possibilities. So it's just very interesting that that's what we're talking about at this point after this SCIF meeting. Okay. And I'm sure there's more to come on that. And if you get Congress people and senators who are ticked off and think they're being lied to and not, don't have the authority that they should have, you done ticked them off, then we're going to see what happens. Okay. What else happened? We have a couple new videos and photos of what we call the jellyfish UAP. It's just some of the weirdest stuff I ever saw. And if you, again, just go to YouTube and type in jellyfish UAP. It was revealed as part of this UFO Revolution 3-part documentary thing on Tubi or whatever last week. But if you see it, just go look at it. It's bizarre. Like off-putting. Doesn't look like a typical vehicle that you would imagine going, taking someone somewhere or designed for flight. But there it is. Go take a look at it. And one of the key points about that is if you're on the side of heavy skepticism, is that, why is this coming out now? And people are feeding, videos and number one, leaks, like we saw with Snowden, and like we see with the IHOP KC scandal or other church scandals, you name it. If there's an organization of any size that has a sin or a illegality to cover up, they will cover it up. And the only way to make them come clean and expose them sometimes is to leak information, to leak it, to go against what you agreed to. Like in an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement you sign with a church or organization or government, you have to break it. Or you have to sneak it out the back door to make sure some journalist gets it. And you know that journalist is going to publish it. That's how the Nixon story broke with Watergate. And all that stuff, right? That's how we found out things about JFK that we're not supposed to learn. I mean, you name it. When people don't want to be honest, you have to leak it. So anyway, that's what these videos are. And anyway, he's the Jeremy Corbell, the guy who was leaked to, has had it for over 3 years. So it's apparently. So it's not as if you can say, oh, this is all orchestrated. You know, of course this comes out now. It's all a whatever. He's had it for a long time. For what? To vet it? To make sure it's legit? I don't know. But, you know, the assertion that this is, you know, he's just some useful idiot, I don't think holds any water at all. Because this leaking is how we're getting any admission at all. Up until 2017, UFOs were fake. There was no such thing. It's not a threat. Don't worry about it. It's, you know, there's no way to ascertain anything. And who knows what these really are, whatever. Next question. All of a sudden, the New York Times publishes videos by Mr. Corbell, I believe. And they're out there and they're, oh yeah, this is from military craft. We recorded it ourselves. This is not somebody with a phone in the yard. This is actual million dollar stuff. And FLIR systems and infrareds and you know, radar and so many instances, not one or two, but here are 3 legit videos from the military. At first, they're like, oh, what's this? Is this legit? Eventually, the Pentagon came out and says, actually, it is real. And they are unidentified. They're anomalous. When you say UAP, and if the government designates it a UAP, that means they are admitting that they don't know what it is. Not only is it unidentified, they don't know whose it is. They don't know what it is. They changed the term from aerial to anomalous because it behaves in ways that we don't understand. That's why it's an anomaly. It's not prosaic. It's not something you can explain because we know how it works. We don't know how it works. And P, phenomenon. Phenomenon. That's not an object. That's UFO's object. This is a phenomenon. It's something that's even bigger than pieces of metal or whatever, you know, flying around in the air. It's a whole container of weird stuff. It's called it's a phenomenon. It appears, it disappears, it goes fast, it goes slow, it goes into our nuclear weapon sites, it floats around inside the water, it goes into space, it hangs out in the sky. There are things that we've gotten from it. Maybe we have biologics. In other words, some type of life forms, pilots, if you will, operators. Are they just drones? Are they cars? Are they trans-dimensional, vehicles basically to move from between these dimensions that we can't see into ours and out again? Wormholes. I mean, that's why it's called phenomenon. So, yeah, if the actual Pentagon or the actual intelligence community, the CIA basically, deems these things UAPs, then you can say, yep, that's real, because they're the ones who are supposed to know, and they don't. And if it was a black project, if it was something they couldn't comment on or couldn't admit, they wouldn't tell you one way or the other. Right? They were just like, no comment. Anyways, I think that's pretty much what I wanted to give you an update on. Oh, one more thing. And then I'll get to any questions that are popping up here, and I do see a couple. A lot of folks want to poo-poo. Maybe if you're one of them, I don't know. If you just don't like or trust this ecosystem that's out there pushing these, getting these videos out and whatever, that's fine. You don't trust Corbell. I don't particularly care for Lou Elizondo. I don't believe what's his face is reliable. What the heck? Who's this? Who's the OG guy? The guy said he worked at Area 51. Somebody hit me with that. Anyways, Lazar. I don't particularly believe him. But that's not the point. You don't have to believe any particular person to know that it's true. You can take testimony and say, yeah, that guy's unreliable, or the red flag's going up for that guy. That's fine. But if it's the same story coming from people who have no attachment to the guy you don't trust, or have come from a completely different place, like the military itself, like you're actually flying jets around and seeing this. Don't believe David Grush if you don't want. If you don't believe him being in the government was valid, or maybe he's a crazy person, and even though he's getting things approved by the DOD to say, even though that's all true, it must be false somehow. Fine. Don't worry about Grush. Listen to Fravor and Graves. Go listen to Fravor and Graves at least in that original testimony in July. Ryan Graves is this guy. Both these pilots are the most unimpeachable. You cannot assign any motive to them. Their careers are sparkling. No one's ever accused them of lying about anything. They're not grifting anybody. Just believe them and then process that. And Fravor really doesn't, he's not really putting himself out there. I guess he's just more of a private person, but Graves has really taken it out. He's got a podcast now. He does interviews all the time. He's got a nonprofit because he's just really concerned about people like him who are pilots, both in military and civilian, flying yourself around in the 747, going from New York to LA or whatever. And they're seeing these things all the time and they can't report it. So there's actually a bill now in Congress that's working its way through that he helped to write, basically, to sponsor, to be in the ear of these folks. This is what we need. We need a reporting mechanism to be taken seriously because it's real. And so anyway, believe Graves and Fravor. That's my advice. Because something is going on. Whether we want to accept it or not, it is, and it's not prosaic. That's the conclusion of fair-minded faster here. Wings of the Eagle exists to unify and help everyone through the three great controversies of our time: the end-time scriptures, Israel, and the unseen realm. Whatever UFOs or UAPs are, and whoever is behind them, is somehow a part of this unseen world. So we are committed to learning and educating as many as possible about what is really happening. The only way we can do this is together. Please give whatever you can now at wingsoftheeagle.com/donate.
We are thrilled to announce the first ever Global Disclosure Day on October 20th, a historic event that brings together citizens for disclosure groups from 43 states and around the world for a unified call for transparency. watch parties will convene for a 2-hour live stream event, featuring powerful voices in the disclosure movement, including notable speakers and local activists sharing personal stories and groundbreaking updates on the UAP front. This is more than just a date to circle on your calendar. It's a day to rally behind, a global movement for truth and transparency.
Davis memo and directed energy weapons. Directed energy weapons is a classification of things that sometimes you'd call laser. That's one type. You can also use sound waves or other type of energy as a weapon. If you might have heard of the thing called Havana syndrome, this is looking very much like it is a directed energy weapon that is aimed at your head, targeting, because of your job, etc. So that's a thing. And certainly the more traditional energy of kinetic, exploding, making things blow up, is a laser function, and it has been used and tested by several nations, whether they tell you about it or not. And so how are these things related? All right. First of all, let's share the Wilson Davis memo. I can't believe I messed that up. Thomas Wilson. Ugh, what a joke. Probably going to get no views on this because of that stupid title. Anyways, let's take a look. All right, here is, sorry for the audio, folks. Let me try to make that a little bigger. Okay, there we are. EWD notes, Eric W. Davis. Is a scientist, is a very smart individual, and he had a meeting with Admiral Thomas Wilson. As you can see, there is the date, which is October 16th, 2002. Eric Davis meeting with Admiral Wilson. You can go find this yourself. This is on documentcloud.org, but it's in several places. This is, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but this is describing a meeting, and here's the answer. Or the, before they met. Admiral Wilson was involved with and eventually became the leader of the DIA. And at this time, he was the leader. And what's the DIA, you ask? Well, let me show you. Well, you should. The DIA is the part of the Pentagon that has its own intelligence apparatus service. And was the arm in which a program called OSAP was undertaken in the 90s. $20-some million poured into it. It's a real thing, and part of its mission was UFOs and the threats that they pose. Here is, that's real. Here is Vice Admiral Thomas Wilson, United States Navy. This is from the page of the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. He is one of the previous directors, and you see his service dates there as the director. Summer 1999 to July 2002. And et cetera, et cetera. All right, so anyway, this is the guy. He's a real person. He was really in the right place to meet Mr. Davis. And Hal Puthoff, and an astronaut. Anyway, you can read all about this. Edgar Mitchell, the not just any astronaut, legend. Anyway, they all talked to Mr. Wilson because there were things being hidden, which Mr. Davis and his associates were very curious to know about because it overlapped or would have greatly helped their work. And so Admiral Wilson at first was like, "Yeah, I would know about it if there's programs called special access programs, or SCI, which is the intelligence version, basically." All right. So bottom line is, you go read the memo. It's blow your mind if you never read it before, as far as what was talked about. Thomas Wilson, 1997, they had a meeting with Edgar Mitchell. This is Thomas Wilson and Edgar Mitchell, obviously the astronaut. So they had a relationship. Pentagon Records Group. Basically, he was asked to go find out what happened. I'm trying to give you a direct quote so I don't put my own spin on this too much. Anyway, let me just bottom line it for you. Admiral Wilson went looking. He found he was given hints about where these things might be hidden. He had a relationship with, obviously, the Secretary of Defense. And at this time, when he began his time of running the DIA, it was still in the Clinton administration. And when he had this initial meeting with Edgar Mitchell, Defense Secretary was, oh my gosh, William. Oh my gosh, just slipped my mind. Anyways, point is, if you read up about SAPs, we did a show about this before, about special access programs and what they are and how they're separated into different segments so they can't know about each other, this and that. So Admiral Wilson's running the DIA. He's one of the higher ups in the Pentagon. He told William. Oh my gosh. Anyway, the defense secretary says, "Yeah, I actually, might be able to help you where these things might be, because there's a special records collection. It's called a special access records collection, blah, blah, blah." And he found, apparently, 4 programs, or 4 special access programs, or SCI, which is the intelligence version, secure compartmentalized information, blah, blah, blah. There were 4 of them. 3 of them hung up on him. Say, hey, what do you guys do? What is this program about? I'm ahead of the, one of the bigwigs at the Pentagon. I'd like to know what you guys are doing. Nope. He was treated rudely, apparently, told to get out. I don't care who you are. If you're not on our special list of people who have the right to know, or the need to know, excuse me, you don't get to know, no matter who you are, or what position you have, or whose boss you are. He was told 3 different times. But a 4th one actually gave him the time of day, even though they wouldn't tell him right off the bat. He had to get angry a couple times and push and push and push. And he was told finally that, yes, we're actually a program that has been from an unknown source. We have material, we have a craft, and some type of, we can't get it to work. We believe it can fly. Well, we're trying to reverse engineer it. And Wilson's like, what do you mean? From like Russia or China? That's the obvious question. Because that's normal. Right? If some kind of new technology, we get our hands on it, so I don't know, some kind of aircraft or weapon or something, we somehow or another recover it from the Russians or the Chinese, they had an accident or whatever. Hey, let's go grab that and see if we can figure it out. It happens all the time. But they're like, no, it's not Chinese or Russian or any other nations. That's all we know. It's a craft. We think it can fly. We're not having any success reverse engineering it. We're not having any success at all, really, for a long, long time now. But that's what we do. So we don't know how we obtained it. We don't know the team or the group that did it. We just were told, here it is. Work on it, reverse engineer it, see how it works. Can we make one? Stuff like that. But all they were told basically is that it's not from any nation in the world. What are you gonna do with that? And yes, we're trying to reverse engineer it, and that's about as far as he got. Apparently, if I'm remembering right, I'm trying to remember all my history here the past year or so, reading up, absorbing as much history on this as I can. I believe he tried to visit the location of this program. They're all in, apparently, all of these 4 are, for secrecy's sake, in private contractor locations. In other words, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, big aerospace, the big giant aerospace companies that make airplanes and weapon, missiles and stuff like that. So they're actually in those private companies. They're contracted with the government for these programs. So that's where the stuff would be. And so he showed up at this particular one that would actually talk to him a little bit. But when he got there, and it's funny how when you read this account, it's the lawyers. That's what it's all about. The lawyers will give yes or no, up and down, on whether they can access certain, whether this new guy who's not part of it, what he can know. That's where we're at. Even though it's military stuff, even though it's crazy craft and science and all this stuff, yet the lawyers have the final say. So they apparently begrudgingly let him into the building. But they just met with him in some room with nothing there. It was a room, and they told him basically to pound sand at that point. Like he wanted to go in to this, behind the curtains, as it were, and he was told no. You know, you're lucky we let you come here, basically. And this is one of the higher ups in the Pentagon. So this memo that Eric Davis, who was a scientist who worked on the OSAP program, who facilitated this meeting and took notes, it came out. It was, I remember I mentioned Edgar Mitchell, the astronaut. He died not long after this, and from his private papers, he kept a copy of this memo from Dr. Davis, and so it was leaked from there. Someone got it, and I can't remember who. I think we know who. And it came out that way. So Eric Davis to this day will not admit it, but he won't say anything about it. He'll say, I didn't do it. It's not, I didn't release it. Basically, yes, it happened, but that's all I'm going to say, like the meeting happened. So he's trying to, because he still works with clearances and NDAs and all that stuff. So he doesn't want to jeopardize all that. But it's real. That's the point. And the several folks have done very, very good, deep work, journalistic work, to double check, triple check, get witnesses, get second and third sources and stuff. And this thing is real. I mean, it's definitely true that it happened. And what Admiral Wilson told Eric Davis about these programs and about how 3 of them shut him out, but he got to some degree of detail with the 4th. Now, and by the way, this information is confirmed in another way, but from a long time ago, in another source. It's from 2018. This website is no longer online, but a scientist, Dr. Hayesh is his name. He worked for, I believe, Lockheed Martin. And after the 2017 New York Times story came out about this ATIP, the secret program in the government, right? That whole thing, you know what I'm talking about there. So Dr. Hayesh went on his own journey to find out what the heck's going on. Because he worked in, one of these contractors. Sources tell me this is merely the tip of the iceberg. A group of 4 related but separate, unacknowledged SCI programs. Those are SCI meaning intelligence classifications versus military SAP, but it's the same idea. There are 4 related but separate, unacknowledged SCI programs. If you are confused about what it means by unacknowledged and stuff like that, again, go back to the episode we did the end of last year sometime about SCIFs and SAPs and what an SAP is and how they work, and there's diagrams and all that stuff to show you visually how these programs operate and why no one can find out anything about them. And this particular one, unacknowledged, is the worst because it's immoral. Number 1, it's illegal. Number 2, if you really look at it, unacknowledged means you can't admit they exist, even if you work on it, even if you're in it, you're read into it, you're on it. This is your job. Yes, it's secret. Okay, you can't tell the world. You certainly can't, blab it around or whatever. But even if your superiors come to you, if they're not part of the program, you can't just say, no, I can't tell you about it. You have to deny it exists. Unacknowledged. There's no records. Right? That's unacknowledged. Okay. So there are 4 separate but related, unacknowledged SCI programs tracing back to, are you ready for this? 1947, under a Truman memorandum still in effect, and were housed as of the 1990s. So this is now 50 plus years old, these 4 programs, housed as of the 1990s in a major aerospace company such as Lockheed, TRW, Raytheon Aerospace Corp, etc. These would be expensive programs since the cost of the secrecy can be several times higher than the research. The black programs collectively have budget in the $10 billion range and up. Topics apparently include, of these 4 programs, reverse engineering and extraterrestrial biology. The ATIP program, the one that was admitted to in 2017, did find the UFO crash retrieval program via official channels, but was denied access to it because ATIP itself is not a SAP, Special Access Program. Senator Harry Reid petitioned the Department of Defense to confer SAP status to ATIP, but DOD denied it. Okay, if you had, I apologize for all the acronyms, but again, we have more than one way of seeing the fact that crash retrievals, in other words, something that we don't know what they are from no country that we know of, are being, either they're being shot down, brought down, crashing, whatever, donated, however you want to look at it. There is absolutely 100% for a fact that's true. It's a program that exists in, at least in the United States government, because that's what we're talking about with these data points here. Okay, it does exist. I understand, in at least China and Russia as well. Perhaps other countries, but definitely China and Russia, because they have nuclear programs for a long time. And apparently this is what a country will use to protect letting these crash retrieval programs out. All right. Now, this thing about the extraterrestrial biology, I'll leave up to you for now to sort that out, and we can talk more about that on another episode. I do have thoughts on that as well. And it doesn't mean that phrase is actually true. Could be non-human life biology. So there are non-human life forms that they're all working on as well. Okay. What's the one other point about this? And then I'll talk about the directed energy weapon tie-in. I think that's it. That's adequate. Okay. All right. So we've got real live programs that have existed since 1947. Their legal cover has always been, and David Grush has talked about this. If you read between the lines, he's also telling us what's going on. It's based on this Harry Truman, 1947, right after the atomic bomb program, the Manhattan Project, and anything with nuclear, anything, any kind of radiation. If radiation's involved, bloop, put it in the Department of Energy under this memo, and no one could ever know about it. So, like, oh yeah, these UFO things that we're collecting are radioactive. Zoop. Or, there's radiation involved. Boop, put it right in there. It's covered. It's legal. Don't worry about it. You never have to tell a soul. Oh, I remember. It's the money that's being used, and apparently, where is it? Here it is. These programs are tied to the $5 to $9 billion Pentagon budget discrepancy found in the 90s. Remember, we said as of through the 90s, they were put in these under this program, and they cost billions of dollars each. In the 90s, there was between, and you always go high, guys. Whatever you hear dollar amounts in the United States government, always assume the higher one, because it's usually either right or it's too low itself. $5 to $9 billion budget discrepancy. Yeah. Whoops. It's a discrepancy. Oh, that's the taxpayers' money that we have to be accountable to Congress about? No, we don't. That's fine. That's ours. We'll use it because we want to do whatever we want. There's your $9 billion plus. That's just the 90s. That's just the 90s. That's not before that. And that's not since that. Do you remember? And I wish I had this. Well, I'll probably get in trouble if I use the actual video clip of this. But I still remember it very clearly. It was September the 10th, I believe it was. It was right before 9/11. I believe it was September 10th. 2001. Mr. Donald Rumsfeld, who was the new Secretary of Defense under George W. Bush, remember? He became very famous after 9/11 and in the Iraq War and all that stuff. But the reason why he was hired, the reason why Bush brought him in is because Bush knew and Rumsfeld knew, because he worked at the DOD in previous administration, in Gerald Ford administration, that the Pentagon was full of bloated, wasted money. So his first job was to completely reorganize and get accountability, and his dream was to get accountability financially for the Pentagon and the Defense Department, because he knew about all these billions and billions and billions of dollars. And he made the number that he testified before Congress that year was in the trillions of dollars that we can't account for. I think that's the historical number. So he, as far as I know, he went as far back as he could and tried to say, okay, well, this is unaccounted for. This is unaccounted for. And it's now in the trillions. And on the September 10th, right before 9/11, he was going to go ahead and push through with this massive reorganization of the Pentagon to stop this. Now, I don't know what he knew about special access programs or which ones, or maybe he had something in mind, maybe he didn't. But the waste and the incredible fraud of those billions and billions, and now he says trillions of dollars that just disappeared into nothingness and are completely unaccountable. And that's stolen from me and you. If you're an American, you're paying your taxes to that. That's what it is. They're stealing billions of dollars all the time to do this stuff and never telling anyone what it is or where it's going. So that's illegal. Okay, so directed energy weapons. Now, this is one of the things actually I believe Donald Rumsfeld started to talk about also in that time period, which was a research that had been gaining steam and that they were very heavily interested in investing in, which is called directed energy weapons, lasers, or other types of energy, which I said at the beginning. And we have developed some weapons, okay, not other things you might hear about, the weather or something like that. No. This is for shooting stuff down or for injuring people. All right, that's a weapon. We've tested it. Have you heard of the of Israel testing it? There's video of Israel shooting things down with a laser system. The United Kingdom has just released something that they are testing, a directed laser, a laser shoot down system. What also, as I said in the beginning, falls under this category is the type of energy weapon you could target at a person, not a laser that destroys their turns up to ashes or something, or shoots them like a gun, but will penetrate their brain and their nervous system and do all kinds of messed up, torturous kind of stuff. And apparently those kinds of weapons are extremely, extremely difficult to trace, if not impossible. That's probably why they're being used. They're being used against United States intelligence and military folks, including somebody in the president's cabinet a couple of years ago. Not just like 2 years ago. All over the world. Yes, in Cuba or Havana, which is where the name comes from, because that's where the people first started finding out the deal and complaining of these symptoms. In the United States, in Washington, D.C. itself, on the White House property itself, it's been used against us. All over Europe, several destinations in Europe, in Ukraine, once in China, in the Middle East. So, okay, what do those have to do with each other? I think one of the technologies that either we have figured out the secret to using them, or at least we're treating it like a UFO secret, which is that no one could know. And if it ever comes out that it's being used, we're going to deny it. And I just heard that. It's been on, if you watch the 60-minute show in America just a couple of weeks ago, they did a whole, I don't know if it was a whole hour, but a big long segment on, they traced it down, and the Russians are using them against the United States. And so, well, okay, what do you do about that? Can we just admit that that's what's happening? Because that's where all the evidence is, all of it. No, we're not. And there was testimony given, I just saw it yesterday, it might have been yesterday, by the attorney for many of these people who have been injured, the intelligence people, the FBI, the CIA, the military guys and gals, because they're not getting any justice. They're not getting any feedback from their own government about it. They're being told they're crazy, that it's made up, psychosomatic, some pre-existing conditions, all these bull poop lies, because they don't want to admit the fact. Why are they so afraid? In fact, the guy yesterday just gave this testimony that says, I can tell you, because he's seen the class, he works for the government himself. It's like he's seen the classified documents. He's seen what the investigations on a classified level have revealed about these weapons and the fact that Russia is using them against us. And he says, I can tell you for a fact that the classified information is completely opposite of what you're hearing publicly. It's not just ignoring it. It's not kind of, sort of the same. It's not hedging on it. It's completely opposite. So we have gotten extremely comfortable with the UFO topic and this one of completely lying to the world and to our own citizens. That's me. And maybe you. I see, hey, Brother Merkul. Not him. He's actually on the other side of the planet, but similar type of thing. It's supposed to be a democracy. I'm supposed to be, in charge, basically, right? You're my servants. I elect you. I pay you. I pay everything. My taxes, our taxes, they pay for the whole government. And leaders you don't like, you replace them, and policies you don't like, you change them, and things my congressmen, my senators have to approve the money where I send, where it goes. And they have to know where it's going. That's the deal. That's their role. But they don't. Because there's some kind of extra level of, they're scared of something. They think they're above the law. I don't know, maybe both. but they just can't talk about it. They just can't admit that this type of weapon exists on an individual level, at least, that states can use it against each other. And by the way, Israel, like I said, they were testing laser weapons. All of a sudden, they stopped. It was working great. Now they have to go back to regular old rockets like the Iron Dome. They call this the Iron, oh my gosh, Iron Sword or Iron Shield, or what are those for the laser version? But here's the real deal. As far as I can remember, I'm pretty sure this is right. Israel started testing these lasers out in the field. They actually started shooting down Hamas rockets with it. And then the UAPs like they were everywhere. There's tons of UAPs all over Israel and the Middle East now. This is what that's never going to, it hasn't come out really in public. Iron Beam. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, cool. See, I knew it wasn't made up. It's really, yeah, it really happened. It really happened. They were, the UAPs started going crazy when these lasers started being used. And so somehow or another, Netanyahu's government was told by somebody to stop it. No more lasers. And they did. Why would they agree to that? And the UAPs went way down. Interesting. Make your own conclusions, but they're connected. Okay. The Wilson memo, the Davis Wilson memo, and the facts of that, and the hidden 4 programs that he uncovered, even though he didn't find out much of anything, but they're real and they've been there for a long time and they're still active. But we don't know nothing about them. And there's some portion of it in this UFO problem they don't like, or they don't want us to use lasers, apparently, and directed energy weapons. But our friends, the Russians, are doing it anyways. They don't. Putin is crazy. Okay. He's a warmonger and a tyrant and evil 100%. So he doesn't really care about agreements, maybe, or reasons not to use certain weapons. So he's going to use the directed energy weapons and calls what we call Havana syndrome on whoever he wants. And maybe he's going to put nukes into space, even though it would totally not only break a treaty that he is in, that his country was in since the 60s, 1969, which almost every country in the world has signed on to, which is no nuclear weapons in space. And even that, you would think, well, who cares? Like, why is that such a big deal? Okay. But he looks like he wants to break that too. So somebody's not playing along, and apparently, I guess, is endangering everybody by doing it. That's where I'm reaching understanding of. And so these programs and these weapons can't talk about them. You got to, if it ever comes out, just deny it flat out. Just deny it flat out. 100%, 180 opposite. Nope, doesn't exist. Doesn't happen. Not real. Liar. People are making this up. Or like Arrow and Sean Kirkpatrick is saying now, oh, it's just a bunch of people who are deceived and it's like a UFO religion is what this ATIP and this all SAP was. That's how stupid they think we are. And maybe many of us are. We just believe it. We desperately want to believe that our military and our government tells us the truth when we know they don't. But we have to, especially my side of the aisle, okay, the conservatives of America especially, always, seemingly, but to a fault, trust the military to tell the truth. They have run out of credit. Okay? They're not credible. If there's something to hide, they will do it. And they've done a real excellent job of deceiving us as citizens to say, if we say it should be secret, don't question it. I get a bunch of text. Got to block all those guys. Anyways, okay, that's how it's connected. I hope that was not totally confusing. I'm just starting to process and put this together, and it's not going to go away. It's not going to just be a fad for a couple of months, and then we're going to move on to just forget all about it. It's world changing stuff, and you better get wise to it. I mean, you better get educated like now. That's my advice. If you never heard of the Davis-Wilson memo, go read it. If you don't know anything about directed energy weapons, go find out. If you don't know about these secret programs, go find out. Yeah, it could go really, really bad, really sideways, and just gonna not be a good situation. Okay. I don't see any questions or comments on this one. I must have either confused everyone or everyone's slack-jawed, or maybe they're all making notes. Again, please go to patreon.com/Wings of the Eagle to join the aviary and to see one of the other things that we're working on for membership. It's not quite ready right this second, but it's there now, what we're thinking of doing to help. If you want to just give to the podcast, just go to wingsoftheeagle.com/support unsealed. Okay? Support unsealed. Or just unsealedpodcast.com and you'll see a button. Anyways, that's what you can do. That's what you should do. Get yourself educated. Let's talk about this stuff, especially as Christians. If you are one, I hope you are, then you're my brother or sister. It's really important that we don't shy away from this more weird end of it. And this is it really is just the tip of the iceberg, because these things are easier to talk about. We can talk about government, military, admirals, doctors, lasers, even. These are weapons. These are things we have context for. We can understand it, money, Congress, right? We understand all that. All right, I'll leave you with this. If you didn't realize, one of the other connections is that, and Dr. Davis knows this, Hal Puthoff knows this, people who've worked at Kit Green know this, is that many, we don't know how many, but a lot of folks who have had UFO experiences, in other words, they've had what you would call more of a close encounter, many of them have the same symptoms in their physical body, eventually, some right away, some after time, of this, like a Havana syndrome. Same effects, same scarring of brain tissue, neurological disorders, blindness, you can't walk, motor functions, some even worse than that. So I'm trying to call me. Okay. Big emergency. Anyway, okay, so that's the other aspect, that yes, a close-up run-in with UFOs or UAPs produced the same injuries to many people, not everyone, but to many, that this Havana syndrome directed energy weapon attack would give you. So Mokul is asking the correct question. being that we know all of that, are these weapons developed from technology that has been recovered? I don't know. I don't know. It might. It doesn't, to me, and I'm not a scientist, I'm not a PhD in anything. It seems like the technology for those types of weapons is within our reach. Like, it doesn't seem like we need help to develop them at this point. You know what I mean? So it might just be that their usage and the fact that we're developing them now and are using them poses some kind of threat or communicates something hostile to this whoever is behind the UFO phenomenon. There's definitely something to that. Either it's their stuff and we figured it out, or it's some type of threat to them. That's my best answer right now. And again, if I sound totally nuts and crazy, go find, there's a very famous video from, I believe it's the International Space Station. I didn't get my facts straight before I went on here. I'm sorry. If I want to talk about this part, which I didn't know. There's a famous clip. I believe it's the International Space Station, or could be one of the shuttle missions. I'm pretty sure it's the ISS. From several years ago, where you see what you would call UAP or UFOs zipping around, coming, like in the atmosphere of the Earth into that, space area. And then which is cool enough, but then from the Earth up into the area where the UFO is, there's like a laser, some kind of weapon. It looks like just some kind of shot, like a missile, but it would be the fastest missile ever. I mean, by a lot. It just kind of shoom, like right from the surface of the Earth into space, just like that. Shoom. And this UFO guy, as soon as he sees, there's a flash on the ground, and then this thing shoots up towards it. I mean, I guess who's shooting at it? That's what it looks like. And this little guy, when he sees a flash, just zoop, moves out of the way, and the thing just misses. So, I'll leave you with that. Okay? All right.
Wings of the Eagle exists to unify and help everyone through the three great controversies of our time: the end-time scriptures, Israel, and the unseen realm. Whatever UFOs or UAPs are, and whoever is behind them, is somehow a part of this unseen world. So we are committed to learning and educating as many as possible about what is really happening. The only way we can do this is together. Please give whatever you can now at wingsoftheeagle.com/donate.
We are thrilled to announce the first ever Global Disclosure Day on October 20th, a historic event that brings together citizens for disclosure groups from 43 states and around the world for a unified call for transparency. Watch parties will convene for a 2-hour live stream event, featuring powerful voices in the disclosure movement, including notable speakers and local activists sharing personal stories and groundbreaking updates on the UAP front. This is more than just a date to circle on your calendar. It's a day to rally behind, a global movement for truth and transparency.
continue a theme that's not going away, and it's kind of annoying, actually. This particular aspect, this particular aspect of the UAP UFO thing is really annoying as an American, as a patriotic, American, who happens to live not too far from what we're going to talk about today. I'm really annoyed. I'm really kind of ticked off. And I think you should be too. Especially if you live here, especially if you live in America and you pay your taxes and you try to be, you vote, you participate, you're not apathetic. Doesn't mean we're worshiping the nation or anything like that. Jesus is paramount and your citizenship is in heaven. If you're a Christian, I, by the way, invite you to accept Jesus right now and follow him as his disciple and eschew all others and be saved. That's the most important thing. However, something happened last weekend, just 5 days ago, and it was an amazing, almost miraculous event, right? We have the crazies in Iran were ticked off at Israel, of course. Specifically because Israel took out some of their dudes in Damascus at their diplomatic embassy or whatever. So they got annoyed and launched I don't know the exact numbers, but it was a combination missile and drone attack, at least partially from Iran itself, the territory of Iran, which is very different. And some other combination of extra curricular, like from Iraq or Yemen, possibly with drones and stuff. But anyway, we know this. They do this all the time. They're selling beaucoup amounts of drones to Russia for their evil war against Ukraine, and they're killing civilians with it. But so they launched an attack. It was approximately 300 total projectiles. Okay, 300 total things fired at Israel from different parts of Iran and around the Middle East. Only one injury was sustained. Only one thing got through, as far as I could tell, at all, and it was debris. In other words, it looks like it was successfully hit, or maybe it landed in a open field or something, and a home or a tent, a Bedouin, I believe it was, young girl, was injured, but as far as I know, she's still alive. Because like the shrapnel, parts of this missile, I believe it was. So that's it. That's it. Nothing else got through. Everything either was taken care of somehow by somebody. Now, allowing for errors, and especially with missiles, Iran has just not had success. Usually with their missiles, a lot of them will misfire. It'll just go to the wrong place or whatever. But the drones themselves seem to be very successful in what they do. So near as I could figure, there was well over 100 drones, maybe 150, maybe more. But let's just call it 100. Let's call it 100. And 0 reached their target. That's a 100 for 100 interception rate. Assuming they didn't just run out of gas, or do they have gas? I don't even. However they get there, they didn't reach their target, and so they were knocked out of the sky somehow probably by between the United States and Israel itself and the United Kingdom. I'm sure they took out, those three nations took out all of them. Maybe primarily us, the United States. Now, this is awesome, right? This is great, fantastic. What a success rate. 100%. 100% of Iranian drones shot down. Praise God. And yet, It is coming to light. And this is not the only case, and this is not the first time, and this is not anything like that. But we know, we have documented evidence, not just evidence, like actual facts, okay, admitted to by everyone, including the government, including the military, including videotape, including, recordings, including everything. That, for example, in December in Langley, Virginia, the Langley Joint Base, Langley and Eustis. Anyway, point is, it's a fancy name for Air Force, Army, Navy, whatever, airport and base. And wasn't the CIA headquartered there? Anyways, there's a NASA operations center also right next door. It's a big deal. It's a really secure place. The F-22 Raptors are there. F-22 is probably the premier fighter jet in the history of the world. I mean, it's that cool and that effective, and it's stealthy, and it's fast, and it can deliver all these weapons, and it's got all kinds of crazy technology on it. Great. Love it. Hell, they're at Langley. In December, a quote-unquote drone swarm over many days, not for a minute, not for a day, many times over many days, a swarm, that's dozens of unidentified orbs, and this is only because you have to ferret this out from witnesses, because the government will never say what they look like. And there's a reason why they won't say what they look like. They will only call them unmanned aerial vehicles. Well, we should know what that means, right? That's a military speak for a drone. In other words, something that's a machine that's under the control of someone remotely. No one's flying it. It's unmanned. So it has some kind of a computer or a controller or a guy with a joystick somewhere, right? Telling it where to go. It's not a dumb machine. It's not just flying like something ballistic where it's just flying through the air. It has guidance. It's intelligently controlled. Okay. Well, now ubiquitous. Drones are everywhere. You can get them in Best Buy. Right? You can get them on Amazon, no problem. Anyone can. But the kinds that you can buy look like little helicopters. Literally. They have usually 4 little helicopter blades on them. And that's how they work. And it's cool. It's great. You put cameras on them. You can do all kinds of stuff. But guys, you ever try to fly one over a sensitive facility? Forget sensitive and Langley Air Force Base. Try the airport. Try your local airport. Or your police headquarters. Or go for it. See what happens when you fly your drone over a major airport, for example. There will be consequences for you. Yes, there will. They will destroy your drone. They will arrest you and charge you with something. Guaranteed. Because we know what drones are. And I don't care if they're the ones you buy at Best Buy or the ones you make in Iran that literally are called suicide drones. Their only purpose is to carry an explosive in it and kill things. Just blow stuff up and kill people. That's what Iranian drones do. They're made to not get hit. Right? They're made to fly fast, be aerodynamic. You've seen them. They look like little airplanes. I don't know, a couple feet long. And they look like a little flat. They have like wings, and they have a center piece where the guidance is and the bomb is. And that's killer drones, right? They're certainly not shaped like a circle. And the ones you buy at the store aren't shaped like circles because those don't fly. But that's the excuse that the military is coming up with. Public hearings. It's out there, guys. Go look at it. Just the other day, literally this week, literally last week, literally weeks ago, they're telling your representatives, whatever you think of Congress, they represent you, the senators and congressmen and women. They're being told from the high ups in the Pentagon, up to what's his face, Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense. They're drones, and we don't know what they are, where they come from, and it's to the point in Langley where they had to admit that it happened. And by the way, what did we do about it? We let them fly. We just let them go. To the point where we had to apparently move the F-22s. Move them? What country is this? Move your stuff? You shoot at them. I don't care. I mean, and there's a lot of people who say something very similar to this, and I just heard Ryan Graves say it today. Ryan Graves is, you're not going to get any more solid, common sense, unimpeachable, can't accuse him of anything other than being a patriot, Ryan Graves. Former fighter pilot himself, F-18. He says, if you're at a base with a lot of things you want to protect, and you don't want someone to come and destroy your F-22s, for example, it doesn't matter what the object is that you see in the sky that's coming for you. It doesn't matter where they came from. You don't have to know that it's from China, Russia, or the Best Buy next door. You don't give a damn. They're going to get destroyed. They're going to be shot at because you can't be here. Correct? That's what would happen if I went there. If I bought a drone and I started flying it at Langley, guess what would happen? I'll tell you what will not happen. They will not let it stay there. Not only are they not having the 100% success rate like we did it with Iranian drones, we're not even shooting at them. And by the way, you say, oh, well, there's super secret spy drones and they're really, it's impossible to shoot at them. You can't even see them. Really. Every source that I've read on this and the video I just saw today of it that night, the December incident that is now being talked about, it's on video. There are 40, the witness says 40 orbs flying right over the base with lights. Constant lights. Blinking on and off, strobing, irregular patterns. Not FAA. You ever see an airplane blink by, boom, boom? Because this is mandated, the how often it can blink, the intervals, what they mean, all that stuff. This stuff is going nuts. Dozens of them. Very visible. Hey, look at us. Look at us. Our lights are on. Our lights are on. Come shoot us. Nothing. Nothing. And you should know, if you don't know, you should know, this is just the latest example. There are tons of examples where this exact thing happens over and over and over. Every super secret, sensitive place we've got drones just doing whatever they want. And we're not doing bubkis about it. They are not ours. You don't spy on your own place. You don't surprise your own commanders. You don't have to move your own planes if they're your stuff. Just as important, when you have a national security state, that secrecy is everything. And the Pentagon, the military will say things and intentionally say them in a certain way and intentionally omit certain words on purpose. They are extremely lawyerly. When they say drone or unmanned aerial vehicle, they know exactly why they're using that word. It serves two purposes. Number one, it's true. As far as they know, it's true. As far as they can tell, no one is piloting it, but it is being controlled by an intelligent force somewhere else. But as far as they can tell, no one is in it. So it's unmanned. If you really want to be specific, unmanned would only apply to humans. But let's put that aside. So it is a drone in that definition, okay? But they don't say it for that reason. They say it because stupid Americans aren't thinking about that. Dumb Americans who don't bother to think about this stuff saying, oh, they hear the word drone and they think, oh, I know drones. That means it's very normal. It's definitely not UFOs because they would say that. No, they wouldn't. Their absolute 1000% goal is for you not to know that these are unidentified flying objects or UAP. They will not admit it unless they absolutely have been forced to by law, which is why when things have to leak, why these documents have to come out with FOIA, why we have to get videos from, secretive sources and stuff. Why it's the slow leak. It seems like it takes forever and everyone gets frustrated. Oh, why can't we just see the real video? Because your government doesn't want you to see it. It doesn't want you to know what they know. So they use words like drone incursions or unmanned aerial vehicles around not only Air Force bases with F-22s, but nuclear weapons storage facilities, ICBM launch silos, NORAD, you name it. These things are there and have been there for years and years. And if we're talking about missile silos, we have documented proof that things have been happening around nuclear missile areas for 1973, 50 years. How many drones do you know of 50 years ago? Same things, though. How many drones did the United States have 50 years ago? Zero. And if we didn't have them, how would Russia or China, who were behind us in technology, how would they have one? And why would they send them to us to get shot down? All you have to do is lose one, and all of a sudden, whoops, now we know what you have. We know what it's made of. We know how now we can study it, reverse engineer. Now your cover's blown, your super secret drones that can't be stopped, all of a sudden, now your adversary has them. That's ridiculous. So, what is your opinion, my viewer friends and listener friends? Why is it then? Why is it? Tell me. Help me understand why we can get 100% success rate shooting down Iranian drones meant to kill and destroy things, but we can't shoot at any of them that are not shooting. They're just sitting there. By the way, that's how we know it's UAP and not technology that we can explain, is because they fly around. They fly sometimes at great speeds, and then they slow down, and then they stop and stay there and hover. We don't have stuff that can do that. We don't know how it's possible. It's not a helicopter. There's no propulsion. There's no propellers. There's no sound. There's just lights. Why would there be lights if they're trying to be secretive? Why would there be the Russians or the Chinese with lights on it? And it's so, we are so afraid that, I mean, what other explanation is there? For not shooting at them, other than we are afraid to shoot at them, or we know it won't work. Okay, how would we know it doesn't work? We've tried it before, and we don't have the technology to bring them down. Or we've tried it before, and they shoot back. Or whatever they do, and destroy our weapons and disable our sensors and cause harm to people on the ground, all of which are true. So, well, then what does it mean? Tell me. You guys are smart. Tell me. Y'all are watching this right now. Tell me right now, how is it that we can shoot down Iranian drones at 100% effective level and not even shoot at things that are literally over our homes? People live here. This is a base. This is civilians. A couple 100 yards away from the Air Force base, you have regular people, regular life. No, God. For example, Langley. Okay, well, it's just one Air Force base. No, it's not. Okay, but even just as one example, do you know how important Langley is? The F-22s there. Do you know if Washington, D.C. was attacked, the primary defense of the attack would come from Langley? It's just right down the road. So, yeah, it's important. Yes, it's one of the most sensitive places in America. There is no, what's the alternative? You tell me. Why can't we do what we would do if you flew one yourself over an Air Force base with F-22s? You know what would happen to you? Why isn't it happening to these guys? Hello, brother and sister. Okay, we've got a couple people making comments. Very good. Please do so right now on YouTube. Please share this, by the way. And you see at the bottom of the screen, please go to wingtotheeagle.com/podcast and give what you can. We are 100% brought to you by yourself. The installation first observed UAS activities evening of December 6th. That's this. You're reading, I assume, Are You at the War Zone blog? This is just the documentation of this incident. Okay, not to say it hasn't happened before December 2023, because they have. But it says UAS, right? They are calling them UAS. I don't even know what that means. I know AAV, UAP. We know. Oh, here it is: unmanned aerial systems. Systems. Okay, so they're not going to call it a phenomenon, because there's no way they're going to admit that. But they're also not going to call it a vehicle, because they can't explain exactly how it's traveling. So it's not a vehicle, but it's not a phenomenon. So it's a system. You got to, I was going to say, you got to love the military and the way they put things. But I don't love it right now. I'm so annoyed as an American that my billions and billions of dollars, tax dollars, to spend on this war fighting stuff and keep us safe, national security. That's the excuse we hear all the time, right? It's to keep you safe, to keep you safe, to keep you safe. National security, national security. We don't have the national security. We don't have it. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe from attack, apparently, because these doodads flying wherever they want, whenever they want. And we're not even trying to stop them. Or if we are, we're so completely outmanned and outgunned that we have no hope of figuring it out. So either we don't want to stop them, which is disturbing option one, or we can't, disturbing option two. There are no other options to me. Tell me, what are the other options? A swarm is a system, I guess. I don't know. I don't know about observant. I don't know where they're getting this stuff from. Yeah, swarm. Isn't that interesting? And again, this is not, we've talked about, I think I've detailed this. There are incidents in the Pacific Fleet on aircraft carriers. Again, very, very well documented. Not just a claim, not just somebody saw something with a cell phone, but Navy ship operators, radar operators, pilots, fighter pilots. We know for a fact that there are drone swarms over our aircraft carriers, our military installations, ICBMs, right? A swarm means more than one. And in this case, again, I'm going by what the eyewitness who recorded it on his phone said he saw that night in December, which was 40 of them. My brother from India says, the American political military leaders do not want to scare and frighten the American public. Granted, yes. Okay. I mean, that works for a little while. But if we're going on 80 friggin' years of that being the excuse and entire generations of leaders dying off and passing it on to the next generation of secrecy and compartmentalization so no one can figure out anything ever, just so people don't get frightened. This is frightening. What's happening right now, what I'm just describing to you, is frightening. We can't or won't defend ourselves against stuff that can destroy us. Well, what is more... I mean, if you're talking, I know we're in the flesh on this, I understand that, but if we're talking about scariness as far as security and politics and military leadership, whose one job it is to make sure Americans don't die from enemy attack, the scariest thing in the world is for this to happen. Anyways, you're right. I mean, that's the people who actually do have answers, that's their excuse. Well, how about changing the battlefield, right? How about you're never going to win if you can't figure it out, and you're never going to figure out if you don't tell the public or if you don't recruit people or something into helping out, or like what is going on to just, oh, hey, by the way, we have commercial airliners, little aunts and uncles and grandmas and little babies on airplanes all day, every day, flying through Virginia and Washington and around this area. You don't think they should speak up and protect them? Hey, by the way, we've got these orbs that we can't do anything about. So you might want to not fly there. Nah, they don't care. They're cowards. UAPs seem particularly interested in American defense and weapons technology. Perhaps that's correct. Perhaps more than that of other nations. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're not wrong in the evidence and the history is, and this may have to do with the fact that there are more people and devices to pick them up. But yes, it seems like They are very interested in weapons and defense capabilities. I don't want to say it's more than that of other nations. It might be, but we know that this has happened in Russia, in China, in India, and Pakistan. Turkey. So they're not discriminating. Anyone with major weapons, they're interested. Why? Okay, now that's the next question, and that's where a lot of the UFO community will just default to, oh, there are peaceful space brothers. There's nothing to worry about. They're just worried that we are going to destroy each other and our planet's going to be uninhabitable. We will need to advance to the next level of consciousness. I'm sorry, but there's no reason to believe any of that, other than we want to believe it. It makes us feel better to think, well, they must be just trying to help, whatever they are. Yeah, right. Okay. Okay, granted, that's a possibility, but why would you? What is the evidence of that? It's not just this. They've disabled an ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile, that its only purpose really is to carry nuclear warheads to another country. They've disabled it in flight. Now, are you trying to protect the little humans, or are you trying to flex and say, we are way more powerful than you are, and I don't care what your best stuff is, we got better stuff? That's aggressive. That's threatening. That's not feel good vibes.
Wings of the Eagle exists to unify and help everyone through the three great controversies of our time: the end-time scriptures, Israel, and the unseen realm. Whatever UFOs or UAPs are, and whoever is behind them, is somehow a part of this unseen world. So we are committed to learning and educating as many as possible about what is really happening. The only way we can do this is together. Please give whatever you can now at wingsoftheeagle.com/donate.
Hey friends, sorry for the weird quality here. It's the UAPs disrupting signals. Wanted to jump on and say thank you if you have participated in this little pregame kickoff show. Really, really love that you were here and that you shared this and try to get a new audience for this situation, because it's really important. And I hope these topics that we shared on the Wilson Davis memo and what SAPs are and the drones, quote unquote, mystery drones at Langley and wherever else, was helpful to help you to understand what's happening. And so we wanted to hook in. By the way, what's coming up in just a few minutes is the actual global program for Global Disclosure Day, with all the guests like Ross Coulthard, Lou Elizondo, et cetera, that we're all looking forward to seeing. So you can either stay right here, and we're going to try to simulcast the broadcast itself, but you can definitely feel free to head over to the New Paradigm Institute, NPI's YouTube channel, and they will be live streaming it there directly. So either way, just want to let you know it's available. And again, please help us out in our mission here at Wings of the Eagle if you can. Subscribe to the Unsealed podcast. And if you are a Christian who knows that this needs to be talked about in a more of a leadership view among denominations and so forth, because we don't really know what's coming, and when it does reveal itself in whatever way, then we're going to need to talk about it at a very high level. So let's make plans for that. You can go to uapcouncil.com for that. So let's go ahead and try to hook in the broadcast here. So give me just a moment, and we'll be right back to watch it together.
We are thrilled to announce the first ever Global Disclosure Day on October 20th, a historic event that brings together Citizens for Disclosure groups from 43 states and around the world for a unified call for transparency. Watch parties will convene for a 2-hour live stream event, featuring powerful voices in the disclosure movement, including notable speakers and local activists sharing personal stories and groundbreaking updates on the UAP front. This is more than just a date to circle on your calendar. It's a day to rally behind, a global movement for truth and transparency.
I'm the director of the Washington office of the New Paradigm Institute. We have been preparing this day for only 5 weeks, but somehow everything took off in unexpected ways. And as of just a few minutes ago, there are over 3,000 people, 3,150 exactly, who'd signed up to convene watch parties literally all over the world. We're also being live streamed on Reddit and other channels to millions of people who are interested in the UFO, UAP phenomenon. We're streaming on Facebook and YouTube. So wherever you are, welcome to this historic day and this historic broadcast. We're convening on October 20th, 2024. This is the day designated by the legislation that was passed by the US Congress in December of last year, signed into law by the president on December 22nd, 2023, which stated for the first time in history that technologies of unknown origin, non-human technologies, and non-human intelligences exist, and mandated all government agencies and contracting corporations to begin the process by October 20th to turn over all the evidence that they've accumulated since 1945 about UFOs, now called UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena, including NHI, non-human intelligence, called biologics. However these are named, humanity is now entering into the most important event in the entire history of our kind. The realization that we are not alone. That civilizations far more advanced than we are, not only from other quadrants of the galaxy, but from other dimensions of time and space, are here on our planet. And the great task of our generation, the great challenge for humanity ourselves, is to seize this moment, to transform the way that we're interacting with each other and the way that we're interacting with the larger environment, and take our place in the cosmic web of life. So over the next 2 hours, we are going to traverse the globe. We're going to be hearing from people on all continents, with a few exceptions like Antarctica, who are joining together at this moment in whatever way that they are discerning is important to them, given their country, their culture, their language, to support the momentum toward disclosure. Because we've now come to that moment where understanding that we are not alone is now the context for everything that we know to be human, and the transformation that this awareness is going to catalyze is why we're here. Because all our actions together will help shape the entry of disclosure into human history. So thank you, everyone. Before we commence our program, I would like to invite Sarah Nelson, who's the executive director of the New Paradigm Institute and a very old friend going back nearly 50 years. Sarah and I and her husband and partner, Danny, who I'll introduce presently, have had many adventures together, many projects that we've done together. And now we're embarking together on arguably the most important thing that we've ever done. And that is through the New Paradigm Institute to really do what we can to build a global coalition and a global movement for disclosure. So Sarah, welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Jim. Hello, everybody. Thank you. You're all kindred souls. We're all kindred souls. And we've come together to do something historic and build a great movement that will be fighting for truth and working on transparency so that people all over the world will finally find out what the truth is about the UFO and extraterrestrial presence on planet Earth. And finding this out right now is very important because this information could help us with the major existential threats that we face as humanity today. The threat of nuclear war, climate change, pollution on our planet, and the destruction of our biosystem, and the possibility of stopping all these endless wars against one another and coming together as humanity, becoming galactic citizens and interacting with other intelligent beings who are in our galaxy and on our planet. This is a sacred journey, and Danny and Jim and I have been in many campaigns over the last 50 years, national and global. Danny and I were the Christic Institute and now the Romero Institute, which is the nonprofit that has spawned the New Paradigm Institute. And Jim was the head of the State of the World Forum with Gorbachev, which was a huge global movement of dialogue and creative thinking on how to solve the most important problems facing humanity. And so we have a lot of experience that we want to share with people, and they include what we're actually doing now. We're bringing every tool we've ever learned into this effort, and we're engaged in professional investigations with our allies. We're developing cutting-edge policy to protect whistleblowers. We're developing litigation that can effectively begin to force disclosure. We are generating pressure on elected bipartisan leaders in the Congress with our Citizens for Disclosure movement. We're engaged in a widespread social media and communications campaign. We're providing the first academic courses in ET studies, and we're building a grassroots movement of Citizens for Disclosure citizens in 43 states who are educating and activating their local communities, and they will eventually be in all 435 congressional districts. And we're assembling an alliance of organizations into a disclosure into an alliance for disclosure of both national and international organizations who will inform their networks about what's unfolding and what the truth is, and bring light into this 80-year cover-up secret that has kept us all from knowing information that could help us end nuclear war, address climate change, have new clean energy sources, and begin operating and thinking and working together in a spirit of love, respect, community collaboration all over the planet, the celebration of our skills and our creativity and our thinking, going into transparency and truth that could help us together build a positive future for humanity and all of our children. Thank you so much for stepping onto the stage right now and becoming a member, hopefully, of the Citizens for Disclosure movement, a leader where you are, a supporter of this effort, and we will share with you all the information that comes from our investigations and our work here in the Congress and throughout the country. And you will share with us, and we will become a collaborative force for truth and a force for a positive future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. I want to now commence the program with someone who is well known to all of you, Lou Elizondo. If there's a person of the hour, it's Lou Elizondo. His book, Imminent, is on the New York Times bestseller list. He gained fame back in 2017 when, as the director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program in the Pentagon, he resigned to protest the lack of transparency and the lack of disclosure among people who he knew knew the truth about the UFO UAP domain. The information was taken to the New York Times, and many people demarcate December 16th, 2017, when the New York Times in a front page article basically stated that the US government and the military knew that this phenomenon was real, and there was extensive information, including videos that were released to the public domain. And Lou Elizondo since then has been working really tirelessly around disclosure. And he is now becoming an icon. And I would just say before he comes on that, you know, it was Martin Luther King that said that the arc of the universe bends toward justice. Now, that's true, but it only does so when through our actions and our spoken word, we help it to do so. And the integrity that Lou Elizondo has shown around this issue is really the mark of an authentic individual whose clarity and determination is assisting the arc to bend toward disclosure. So it's appropriate that he begins our program on Global Disclosure Day. Lou?
Greetings, friends, and thank you all for being here with us today as we push for greater transparency and ultimate disclosure on the topic of UAPs, or UFOs in the vernacular. First, please accept my apology for Jennifer and I not being with you in person today. Unfortunately, circumstances beyond my control have prevented me from being with you, but please know that I am indeed with you in spirit. Secondly, please allow me to thank specifically the heroic efforts of Danny Sheehan, his wife Sarah, Jim Garrison, and the rest of the New Paradigm Institute, or NPI, for this incredible opportunity to create a grassroots effort that is becoming quite possibly a world-class group of citizens and a call to action on a global scale. Over the last several years, we have seen major progress in the way of government disclosure. We have seen the creation of a US government investigatory body, who I personally had the chance to speak with. We have historic UAP language that has already been signed, and certainly more on the way. We've had congressional hearings on the matter by both senior executives and even whistleblowers. And we have mainstream media coverage on this important topic like never before. All this in only 7 years, and all this because of you. So take a moment, pat yourselves on the back, and be proud, but only for a minute, because there's still much work needs to be done, and we can't achieve success without your help and without your efforts. Like many other worthy causes before, where the people's voice is finally being heard, civil rights, gender equality, and government accountability, to name a few, we now find ourselves once again in the trenches of the bureaucratic warfare against a mighty adversary that we call corruption. Not corruption like you might think, but a far less obvious form of corruption. One where the individuals controlling a narrative have made the unilateral decision not to inform Congress or even the president of the reality that our nation has been keeping secret from us. A truth that no organization, no institution, and no government has the right to conceal. The truth that we are not alone in the universe, and that we have been visited by a non-human intelligent species for some time. Now, many of you may take this revelation as not necessarily a big deal, but for my generation, this fact was once considered dangerous knowledge. So dangerous, in fact, to our social fabric of norms that our government decided it was best to obfuscate and stigmatize the topic to a point no serious scientific inquiry would be or could be initiated. But times are changing. Thanks to NPI and other similar organizations to help remove the veil of stigma and begin honest inquiry. It seems almost on a daily basis, we have new UAP incidents involving our brave men and women in uniform. We have interactions off the coast of our country and even over our sensitive military installations. Simply put, the time has now come. Forgive me. I did write this down because I wanted to get it correct. The time has now come, given the crescendo of recent events and incidents, to be honest with the American people and the world. Friends, in closing, I ask that you please support Danny and his friends as they work tirelessly to wrench out of the dark recesses of government the truth about UAPs and help bring forth the truth for all of humanity. Truly and deeply thank you, and God bless all of you. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Lou. Lou was on his way to yet another book signing party, but he very generously provided that short video. We want to now honor another figure in contemporary history that is doing an extraordinary task in bringing disclosure into the mainstream. And that's the journalist Ross Coulthart. Ross, more than any other journalist, at least that I know about, has really brought disclosure and the facts about UAP into mainstream media. His book, In Plain Sight, was a bestseller, and he is currently in the United States shooting on location, but very generously provided this video for us to be able to include him as we commemorate Global Disclosure Day.
Hello, Ross Coulthart here. So why does Global Disclosure Day matter? Is it really going to achieve anything? Well, I think it can. There's a great William Shakespeare quote. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads to fortune. And essentially, he was pointing to the idea at different times in history, there is a certain momentum that develops on an issue. And I think that time is now on the UAP issue. They managed to stymie the UAP legislation in 2023 when they cut out the key presidential records review panel installation, which would have allowed for a much greater degree of review of classified UAP records. And as we know, there's a lot of pessimism at the moment inside the Congress about the chances of being able to get any kind of disclosure legislation through the House by the end of this year. So what do? Do we all just throw our hands up in the air and wait for another disclosure initiative to happen in another 10, 20, 30 years? Because frankly, that's what I think is going to happen. If this issue doesn't take advantage of the momentum that currently exists, that I know is there, it's going to die on the vine. I don't think really Kamala Harris or Donald Trump are willing to stick their necks out against the national security establishment to take a lead on the UAP issue, unless you, the American voter, tells them that it matters. So why does it matter? It matters because it's real. One thing I can tell you incontrovertibly, and I can tell you journalists rarely do this, we're rarely 100% sure about anything. You're always checking back with your sources. But in this case, I am very, very sure now that there is recovered non-human technology in the possession of the US government and probably also the Russian and Chinese governments. I'm sure there has been a secret crash retrieval and reverse engineering program underway for decades. And I'm sure that dozens, many UAP non-human craft have been recovered by the United States, including so-called biologics, alien bodies. Yes, it's real. Now, I feel like a scratchy record saying this because the next thing people say is, where's your proof? And I just put the phone down from somebody who has a knowledge of the legacy program. And I asked them, I said, look, what do I tell these people? I've got to do this record for Global Disclosure Day. What do I say to them? And the first thing they said was, tell them that it matters. It matters that they get out and vote and tell their political representatives that they care about this issue. I can't remember where I saw it this week, but I think Congressman Jared Moskowitz was saying on the campaign trail that the one thing he's getting asked about the most on the campaign trail is the UAP cover-up. I think congressional representatives and senators are very slowly, oh so slowly, coming to the realization that for a large part of the public, but particularly for young voters who aren't daunted by the taboo and stigma and ridicule that's been directed at the subject, that just doesn't work on them. They have a wisdom of the crowd, and they've come to the conclusion there really is something to this UAP mystery. They want to know more. And if my inbox is any guide, I am exploding with emails from young people asking me, what can they do to help? What can they do to play any kind of significant role in pushing the needle forward? And I say to them, contact New Paradigm Institute and get involved in the disclosure initiatives. Create citizen activism. Go out there and do what Jim Garrison and Danny Sheehan did 30 and 40 years ago during the Watergate and Iran-Contra hearings, and use citizen activism to make people aware of this issue. There is so much on the public record. We have statements from David Grush, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, and then I know we have other very senior officials, as high as Trump, who's made essentially an express admission that he knows something about the UAP issue, and wants to talk about it, but doesn't want to talk about it right now. There's been a conga line of officials with inside knowledge of the military-industrial complex who have revealed that, yes, there is a reality there behind the scenes. And what I can tell you is that there is a massive secret. Billions of dollars of US taxpayer money has been diverted, often illegally, probably criminally, and done through reprehensible and often immoral means to achieve a gain against foreign adversary potential rivals. And that's a tragedy. Wouldn't it be a tragedy if our first encounter with a non-human intelligence led to us acting offensively, violently, and aggressively against them? And that's what I understand is happening. I am told we, the American public, should be informed we are using high pulse microwave weapons against non-human craft. And we are bringing those craft down so that we can retrieve them and salvage the technology. God knows what we're doing to the alien beings inside those craft. I hope we treat them with respect. Heaven help us if there's ever a reckoning for the crimes and the immoralities that we've committed in the name of national security. Now, so why does this matter? It matters because at the heart of the US Constitution is a system of checks and balances. It's a beautiful document that stops tyrannical power. It was enshrined by people who had a memory of what had happened in Europe during the period of absolute monarchy, during the period of English kings going mad and sending their citizens off to senseless wars, of French kings having their little moments in Versailles while the people starved. What the whole idea of the US Constitution was, it was enshrined in a moment in history when monarchs' tyrannical rule had got completely out of control. And so it recognized there needed to be a check on executive power. And fundamental to that system of checks and balances is congressional oversight. And that's not happening. And that's what people need to tell their congressional representatives they care about in this election. It's what people all over the world need to wake their governments up to as an issue. For too long, we've bought into the idea that stigma, taboo, and ridicule should be associated with the UAP subject. And what we don't realise is we've been played. We've had a huge wool pulled over our eyes by very clever people in disinformation who've wanted us to treat the whole subject with ridicule. Whereas, in fact, there is a massive multi-billions, if not trillions of dollars of enterprise that has been done outside of the scrutiny of Congress, illegally, probably criminally. It's time for that to be redressed. And that's why Global Disclosure Day matters.
That was Ross Coulthart, everyone. And now I would like to continue this theme that has been struck by both Lou and Ross, that there is now incontrovertible proof that this exists. It's no longer a question of if, it's a question of since this is true. And in that spirit, I'd like to now introduce Carl Nell, who several months ago really nailed it at a conference in New York, where he basically said there is zero doubt. Carl is an aerospace executive. He's a retired colonel, and he's had extensive involvement both while he was in the military and subsequently in the US Congress in pushing disclosure forward. And so along with Lou and Ross, Carl is one of those senior figures in the movement who've had the courage to state the most obvious fact in the world. And that is that there's zero doubt that we are not alone. Carl happens to be in the office with me, along with several other people. We're one of the watch parties that are aggregating around this day. So I'm just going to turn my screen very shortly here right to Carl Nell. Carl, speak to us.
Well, thank you, Jim. And let me just say it's humbling to be invited to address everyone today live from Washington, D.C. And it's actually quite an honor to participate with all of you on this historic occasion. I'd like to start by saying thank you to New Paradigm Institute and its organizers for the Herculean effort that's gone into setting up Global Disclosure Day really in record time, particularly Sarah Nelson, Danny Sheehan, Jim Garrison sitting next to me, and Katie Omren, who've done yeoman's work just getting this thing off the ground. And I'd also like to say hearty hello and welcome to all the participants out there across the globe, as we said, on every continent, perhaps except Antarctica, to participate in this historic occasion. As Lou said and Ross alluded, progress on this topic would not be possible without the support and grassroots efforts of the folks that are participating in this chat and the folks that are in your guys' orbit. And so what actually is this topic, right? And Ross and Lou also have alluded to this. Non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity on this planet. This interaction is ongoing and it's not new. And there is zero doubt. But you already knew that. So how do we go about convincing other people that this is the case? Particularly people that aren't necessarily privy to all the information that some of us may otherwise be. And so there's three principal lines of effort, three principal sources of data. There's essentially the first principles argument, which basically says, counter to common belief, that life is common in the universe. How do we know life should be common in the universe? There's 20 billion sun-like stars in the universe. The sun is a population 1 star. There are planets like this, there's stars like the sun that are 5 billion years older than the sun. That's plenty of time for other civilizations to evolve on these other planets. There's recent scholarship that says that life evolved on Earth in the Hadean era. The Hadean era was before the crust even cooled. There's recent scholarship that says that microbes have been found in terrestrial rock that have dated to 2 billion years ago, essentially in stasis. So life evolved here very quickly. There are many, many planets like the sun, and there are many, many planets that are much older than the sun. People that would argue that life is uncommon have to justify that proposition more than anyone would have to justify the fact that life evolves very quickly. The second point is faster than light travel. Everybody says faster than light travel is not possible. This is false. Miguel Alcubierre, a postgraduate student at the University of Mexico in 1994, solved Einstein's equations for an effective faster than light mechanism. NASA has investigated this. Everyone accepts his solution as valid. His solution requires negative energy. In 1960, quantum physics demonstrated or predicted the reality of negative energy. In the 90s, the Casimir effect was demonstrated in the laboratory. The Casimir effect demonstrates negative energy. The expansion of the universe, which is caused by dark energy, is negative energy. So we have a solution to Einstein's equations that allow effective faster than light travel. We've got the existence of negative energy proven. This isn't an engineering solution. This isn't a means where we can go and do this, but theoretically it's possible. And this is not argued by modern scholarship. So from a first principles, life is more than likely common, and we know that Einstein's equations support effective faster than light travel. That's the first principles argument. The second is the testimonial. Perhaps there are people out there that may know more than some of us might know, including people that have been in the intelligence community, such as myself. So we can look at several presidents, Barack Obama, President Trump. They both said UAP are real. We can look at, as was mentioned earlier, Chris Mellon, Dave Grush, Lou Elizondo have said non-human intelligence is real. We can look at Lord of the Fleet, Lord Hill Norton, a chief of the defense staff in the United Kingdom in past years, have said UFOs are real. We can look at the first Earl Mountbatten of Burma in the United Kingdom again, that have said UFOs are real. We can look at the chief of the Canadian Defense Ministry, Paul Hellyer, who have said non-human intelligence is real. We can look at Haim Eshed, who is the Israelis' father of their space program, who has said non-human intelligence is real. All these people and more would be in a position to know. Then we can look at the evidence, the data. You've seen the videos, the floor video, the gimbal, the go fast. A lot of people probably don't know Gordon Cooper, one of America's 7 Mercury astronauts, chased UFOs over West Germany in 1951. He testified to that fact before the United Nations in 1978, analogous to the David Fravor Tic Tac incident. We can look at the UFO incursions over the Northern Tier ballistic missile early warning sites in the 70s, and the document supported and testimony supported readiness status change of our ICBMs in the 60s at Malmstrom Air Force Base, where many missiles were taken offline by a UFO. The analogous thing happened in the Soviet Union contemporaneously. In their case, the missiles were brought online. There's an agreement between the United States and, at the time, the Soviet Union, intending to reduce the threat of nuclear war, that talks about each party notifying the other if UFOs are impinging on their warfighting systems, because this was recognized as a fact. There's documentary evidence, the Twining Memo from 1947. General Nathan Twining, future Chief of Staff of the US Air Force, wrote a memorandum that said UFOs are most likely extraterrestrial. There's official Australian documents declassified on the National Archives of Australia from 1971 from their defense attaché that made a formal assessment of the United States' interest in UFOs, the reality of that, and the fact that the US was investigating anti-gravity programs in concert with looking into UFOs, a conclusion that would make no sense unless the reality of this topic was demonstrated. So some people say, well, if this is real, why don't they fly over the White House or something? Well, in 1952, UFOs flew over Washington, D.C. over 2 weekends. There were radar visual sightings, there were air-to-air intercepts, and it created the largest press conference since World War II up to that time. People say, well, why don't they just land during the middle of the day? Well, that happened in 1994 at the Ariel School in Rura, Zimbabwe, where UFOs presented themselves with beings and occupants on the ground, witnessed by numerous children. The exact same incident happened in 1966 in Westall, Australia. The people that witnessed those events are still alive, and they continue to state the assertion of that being a factual occurrence. So these things taken together, along with much other evidence, suggest that this is absolutely true. And I'm speaking to you today to tell you that there is zero doubt this is absolutely true. I know this personally. So the way to solve this problem is to motivate the grassroots. Political activism is the solution to restoring proper oversight, developing a process for responsible disclosure, and advancing society through the efforts of that process. So I salute you for your participation in this event. Again, I thank New Paradigm Institute. I'm humbled to be able to address you and participate with you in this historic occasion, and I wish you the best. God bless.
Thank you, Carl. Zero doubt, everyone. Carl nailed it. And I think that meme went viral because he, in a very few words, stated what the actual truth of the momentousness of our time actually boils down to. There's zero doubt that we are not alone. We'd like to turn now to the U.S. Congress, to Congressman Tim Burchett, who's a representative from Tennessee. He's been very active in the formation of the UAP caucus in the House of Representatives. He's been very vocal, he's been very tireless, and he has on many occasions stated that the key now in moving forward is citizen activism.
Tim Burchett, and thank y'all for being here, and I want to thank you for your dedication to the UAP disclosure. I still want to call them UFOs. This is something I've been fighting for in Congress, as y'all know, for quite some time, and we're making some progress. There's a lot of frustration. Last year, we had a historical hearing. 3 credible witnesses talked about our government's lack of transparency on the issue. Navy pilot Ryan Graves, Navy Commander David Fravor, and of course, whistleblower David Grush gave some really compelling testimonies. I launched, as you know, the bipartisan UAP caucus in Congress, which is led by myself and my buddy Jared Moskowitz. He's a Democrat from Florida. It is bipartisan. This is one issue where there's no disagreement. Jared Moskowitz, Anna Paulina Luna, my buddy Nancy Mace, are all on the caucus and working together on what else we can do. We plan on having another hearing on the UAPs soon, and I suspect Nancy Mace will take a leadership role in that, hopefully chair it. I hope everybody stay tuned for more details on that. And before the hearing started, we had folks like my buddy Lou Elizondo and Jeremy Corbell and many others telling the world their stories. And they worked very hard to bring attention to what our government is trying to hide. We can keep fighting for disclosure in Washington, but we won't get anywhere if the American people don't make their voices heard. And I would encourage you to call your congressman or senators and explain to them that you would very much like them to support that and join the UAP caucus. It's thanks to people like you all, groups like the New Paradigm Institute, that this issue gets any attention at all. Because the national media, they want to pat us on the head and just kind of send us on our way. I think you need to keep calling your congressmen and senators to tell them you want to keep the truth about UAPs out in front of the public, and we need total disclosure. That's what you want, total disclosure. What are we spending all this money on? So I'm Congressman Tim Burchett. Please, y'all keep up the fight. Thank you.
There are a number of things happening, even in an election year here in the United States. There's hearings coming up in the Senate with Senator Gillibrand and Congresswoman Mace will be chairing a similar hearing in the House of Representatives. So there's a lot of momentum going on, and Tim Burchett is really in the leadership very dynamically. We want to now just take a moment to catch everyone up on what the actual state of play is. You know, we had the legislation last December that you probably all know about. October 20th was the day when it should be turned over to the National Library of Congress, the National Archives, but that didn't happen in the way that we would have expected and the legislation demanded, given the vicissitudes of politics in Washington. So I'd like to now turn over to Kevin Wright, who's the media director for the New Paradigm Institute, who's been living and working in Washington virtually his whole life, and is on the Hill on a continual basis and tracks in detail what is happening, just to give everybody an update on where are we in terms of the disclosure to the National Archives. He's here in the office, so I'm just going to slide my computer over to Kevin.
Hi, everyone. Like Jim said, my name is Kevin Wright. I work with NPI. A quick update. So, when the National Defense Authorization Act passed last December, when signed into law by President Biden, it set forth a UAP records collection, which will be administered and managed by the National Archives and Records Administration. 300 days after the enactment of the legislation was the deadline, which is October 20th, for agencies and departments of the executive branch to turn over records to the archives for consideration to be published and made public. Since then, about 10 days ago or so, the National Archives issued a memorandum instructing the various departments and agencies of the executive branch to turn over their records not by the 20th, but by September 30th, 2025. So it is a reminder that while we make small steps forward, sometimes we take a couple steps back. And while some of these records will still become available, it's not as soon as we would have hoped or liked. But it reinforces the idea that we have to all work together, whether you're parts of different organizations or wherever you're coming from. It's going to require all of us working together to further the cause, because as Congressman Burchett has said, as Carl Nell said, as Lou Elizondo said, it's going to take all of us working together. It's going to require us to make our voices heard. It's going to require members of Congress to realize that there is an electorate out there that is deeply concerned about government transparency and about disclosure of this issue in a responsible way that protects our national security. But this is information that we have a right to know about. And it's going to require all of us to work together. So, we have missed out on likely the opportunity to include the UAP Disclosure Act this year. But, this is, almost the end of a congressional session. We're going to be starting a new congressional session in January, and there'll be a new president in the United States. So there's a lot of work to do, but that's why we're all here today, is to join together and accomplish this mission together. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, very much. I'd like to now turn the floor over to Danny Sheehan, who's coming from Santa Cruz, California. He's the president and general counsel of New Paradigm Institute, and has really been in the midst of the UFO, UAP disclosure since the late 1970s. Danny?
Good afternoon. Great. I have just like 5 minutes to sort of recap, what the point is that we're all here today talking about as we move to the next stage of our presentation this morning, introducing the people around the country and around the world that are engaged in setting up the Citizens for Disclosure groups. That again, I want to emphasize that what we're dealing with here is forcing the Congress of the United States to force the executive branch to reveal to the people of the world 6 major facts that have to be addressed. Number one, that the UFO phenomenon is real. that this is not mistaken identities of birds or some other kind of technology that is just a secret program of the United States government or some other foreign power. These UFOs are actually vehicles that they're transporting organic live beings from some other planet in our galaxy and some other dimension within our galaxy, and that they're coming and going to our planet right now and have been for some time. They in fact have bases here on our planet, many of which are located high in the desolate areas in the mountains where very few people ever go, and beneath the sea. There's a major base in the Pacific that we're virtually certain exists off Baja, between Baja and Guadalupe Island, potentially beneath the ocean floor. This has been monitored. We have hundreds of videos of the vehicles coming and going from that location and plunging into the sea and going down into and coming from this base. This is extraordinarily important for everyone to understand. Very importantly, there is some percentage inside our national security state apparatus that knows this to be true. And they are in fact engaged, as Ross Coulthart pointed out, they are engaged at the present time in a kinetic or active program attempting to shoot down these UFOs, basically attempting to bring them down with this cyclotronic weapon that they have designed, and that they are taking captive the members who pilot these craft. This is an extraordinarily dangerous situation that is going on in secret, and that there's been a campaign mounted by the national security state apparatus to keep this secret from Congress, to lie to American presidents about this, and to lie consistently to the American public to keep this concealed. And the reason for this is the fact that they are attempting to back engineer or reverse engineer this technology so they can design weapons that can put them in a position of comparative advantage over other nation states, such as Russia and China and North Korea. This is an extraordinarily narrow, restricted view of what the potentials are here of this extraordinary moment in our history. And that we have to understand that the present state of the success of our campaign is just barely getting underway right now, that we've been at this for many decades. And as Lou pointed out, since the 2017 disclosure on the front page of the New York Times that this is real, the testimony back July 26th of 2023 of David Grush telling Congress in open session that we're in possession of a number of these UFO craft and the bodies of the non-human occupants of these craft. This information has now been conveyed to Congress. Our job as the citizens is to make Congress respond effectively. The United States Senate has done so in the passage of its statute back in 2023 on July 27th, the day after David Grush's testimony on the House side. The Senate has passed a 64-page bill, and that is the operative bill that we're in the process of trying to get passed completely. Certain limited numbers of people in the House of Representatives have tried to stop the full passage of the Senate bill. Our job as a collective community here, not only in the United States, but around the world, is to press forward to get this entire 64-page bill passed as soon as possible. In fact, immediately. This is our job, and it needs to be our first priority when the new administration comes in and the new Congress comes in, the Senate and the House, whichever the division of power is between the two parties. When the election is over, we need to put to the top of their agenda coming to grips with this reality. Because people will say, well, why be concerned about this since this has been going on for so long? The reality is that our human family is closer to thermonuclear war as we sit here today on this Sunday, October 20th, the date on which this information was supposed to be turned over to our National Archives, we are faced with a national security state infrastructure that is defying the will of Congress, and that they're refusing to turn this over. And they've exercised power to get the National Archives to give them virtually another full year. This cannot be accepted. And why is that? Because the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists have now reset the doomsday clock. They have set the doomsday clock to 90 seconds before midnight. That's 90 seconds before a potential thermonuclear holocaust on our planet that will destroy the life-generating capacity of our planet and our entire species and millions of other species on our planet. The danger that is being presented now by that potential thermonuclear war, you need to understand, the United States under bipartisan administrations, under the administration of George Bush Sr., George W. Bush, Obama, and also Biden, have moved nuclear missiles into Germany and into Poland, and they are starting to reset the fuses of these nuclear missiles, 1,600 nuclear missiles. They're resetting them to instant detonation for a potential first strike against Russia and China and North Korea. This has caused the Putin in Russia to start giving instructions to his commanders in the field to start exercising practice sessions on the deployment of tactical nuclear weapons in the Ukraine. This is unacceptable. And the realization is that the extraterrestrial beings and the extra-dimensional beings that are crafty, they're flying these craft, these UFO craft, have demonstrated their ability and their willingness to shut down these nuclear facilities. They have not only shut down individual missiles in various silos across the country and across the world, they have in fact totally immobilized entire United States nuclear aircraft carrier battle groups, have shut them down completely. No communications, no radar, no propulsion systems, in the middle of the dark, sitting there helpless. They have the capacity to do this, and they're letting us know that they have the capacity to do this. And if in fact this march toward a potential thermonuclear exchange continues, there is a potential of the intervention on the part of these extraterrestrial beings into our affairs here to shut down all of the nuclear facilities across the world. And that will in fact reveal their existence long before we have been adequately prepared to integrate the realization of the existence of this extraterrestrial civilization here on our planet. And this has been made impossible because of the effort on the part of this tiny element inside the national security state bureaucracy in our country to lie and deceive and dissemble and to tell our Congress and to tell our presidents and to tell our people that this simply isn't true, that they're simply not here. Now, this revelation, if it's compelled by an intervention on the part of the UFO occupants, if this takes place, this is a potential catastrophic disclosure, revealing this information before our people have come to adjust to this. This is an extraordinarily important event that is going on right now. It distinguishes this event from the past history that we're in this moment right now, that this threat is imminent right now, and we've got to get revelation made. So we cannot sit around and wait until just next year at the passage of the new National Defense Authorization Act, a year from now in the next December of 2025. We have to move immediately, beginning in January of this coming year, when the new administration comes into office, the new Congress comes into session. We need to move this to the top of the priorities right now to get this disclosure made. The New Paradigm Institute that is presenting this gathering here today to begin a process of an annual global disclosure day, similar to Earth Day. This is going to be a process that we're initiating here today on October 20th, and that our whole objective of the New Paradigm Institute is to mobilize the American people, mobilize the people around the world, and as Sarah Nelson, who's our executive director, has pointed out, We are undertaking various means by which we are going to be doing this. One of the most important of these means is the establishment of these citizens disclosure movements, the Citizens for Disclosure, that we're going to have groups in each of the 435 congressional districts here in the United States. We're going to have state offices in all 50 states, and we're going to have similar organizations around the world, putting pressure on their legislatures to undertake the same process that we're going to be compelling our Congress to engage in now. So this is who the New Paradigm Institute is. We've done this in the past. We are the people who forced the public hearings in Iran-Contra. We're the ones that initiated the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act charges, legal charges against the off-the-shelf enterprise of Colonel Oliver North in the Reagan-Bush administration, shipping weapons to the Contras in violation of a congressional ban. We are the ones who forced the congressional hearings in the Karen Silkwood case. We are the people who've been able to do this because we are open to organizing everybody across the political spectrum to engage in this process. That we are able to do this, that we've done this in the past, but we need your participation, okay? And so what we're gonna do is for the rest of the program, we're gonna be bringing to you individuals around the country and around the world who are dedicated to this so that you will be inspired to take action in your local area because you know that you're part of this countrywide and literally worldwide movement to demand disclosure now so that we can begin to prepare as a human family, our geopolitical structures, our economic structures, our religious structures, to be able to comprehend the extraordinary reality that we are getting ready to enter into now within the next few years, okay? And so that we have to do this now. My name is Dan Sheehan, that I am the president of the New Paradigm Institute and general counsel who have been involved in helping to draft legislation to protect the whistleblowers, to potentially provide legal representation of whistleblowers that are retaliated against for trying to get their information to Congress. And we are the ones who are going to be helping to coordinate this activity among all organizations across our country. Okay, so please stay with us for the rest of the program and listen to the people who are working at the grassroots level around the country and around the world to bring this extraordinary new information to the Congress and to the world. Thank you so much, and stick with the New Paradigm Institute. Come to our website at newparadigminstitute.org. There you will be able to get all of the information and to be able to participate in this extraordinary event that's taking place. Thank you so much for your time. And now Jim is going to introduce you to the people that are working around the country and around the world to bring this information to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny, very much. It's a real privilege to be working with Danny and Sarah. I'd like to now introduce to everyone Don Schmitt. We've all heard of Roswell. That's the iconic crash in July of 1947 that really, in many ways, ushered in the modern UFO movement. And it is Don Schmitt, more than anyone, the least that I know about, who's been the preeminent researcher on all things Roswell. He's a member of the North American representative of ICER, the International Coalition for Extraterrestrial Research. Don, it's a pleasure to have you with us today.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to be with you. I should start by just correcting the spelling of my last name. It's SCHMITT. So I come before you today not only in somewhat a bittersweet situation in that as much as the Roswell investigation has demonstrated that we've had dozens, literally over 100 potential whistleblowers throughout our investigation that could have testified on Capitol Hill as to the true nature of the crash that happened in July of 1947. Just imagine any one of you speaking to firsthand witnesses who could say and describe to you holding pieces of an actual UFO. And that all those descriptions were identical, from the highest ranking military down to even children back at that time, now adults, but nonetheless, the memories were still that profound. Still, something, as one of the witnesses put it to us, it's the first thing I think about every morning when I get up, and it's the last thing I think about each evening when I go to bed. We had the wonderful experience working in the past with the late Congressman Stephen Schiff. He was truly, in many ways, the first one to push for disclosure, specifically on Roswell. And the very fact that it would then force the Pentagon / the government to have 3 separate press conferences responding to us, providing to date 4 official explanations to this event, this crash. 4. I always joke, husbands, try that with your wives when you come home, too late some night. But nonetheless, we just kind of sweep it aside that, well, that's just the government being the government, that these people, they can't be trusted. They're just natural deception artists. I want to remind everyone that it was in July of 1995 that the late Congressman Stephen Schiff put out a press release where he actually accused the United States Air Force of a massive ongoing cover-up. Just imagine that. And the fact that he could not enlist other support on Capitol Hill. So just imagine if this was all coming to fruition today. And just imagine if I still had 100 of my first 10 Roswell witnesses, true whistleblowers, who could describe the wreckage, who could describe even more the bodies which were recovered. Roswell has become truly a household word around the globe. The fact that I have lectured from Russia to China, Japan, Australia, throughout Europe, South America on Roswell is a tribute to all of those witnesses now passed on, but yet were forced to live with that deception, who had to take with them, in so many cases, that truth. And that's why, in my case, for having started out as a total skeptic, where I thought that we would make a single trip down to New Mexico and wrap this up in short order. And here we are, all these years later, in stronger pursuit than ever before. Thank you to New Paradigm as far as and Danny and Jim and all the others involved, and allowing me to be part of this, because and as much as we've tried to remain proactive, and as much as we still are on the case, and as much as from a skeptic to when I'm asked today, do you believe? I say, no, I don't believe, but I'm 99.9% convinced. And such is with our position with the International Coalition on Extraterrestrial Research, that we sign an oath, respective of our individual countries, that we accept that we are dealing with an extraterrestrial phenomena. We are dealing with a technology off the planet. That's how much progress we've made. So it's well beyond just the civilian UFO groups, well beyond just as far as the armchair investigators who are trolling the internet, always hoping to have the last word on all this. Well, we're going to, because Capitol Hill is now officially involved. And that's where this may be an opportunity we may not have ever again. We have to see it through. We have to know that in all assuredness that we have taken this down to the 1 yard line, and now we're going to push it into the end zone, because time is not on our side. Our witnesses, as demonstrated with Roswell, they do have, as far as time limits on their availability. We act now. We come together, and we come together as a coalition on a global basis. So I commit my full involvement to as far as this entire effort, and I foresee that where UFOs, I agree with Congressman Burchett, I prefer UFO because that's the tried and true. No one has any doubt what we're talking about. And going all the way back to the 50s, UFO. And so let's, as a tribute to all of those who initially made the effort, no longer here to participate, that we know they're still rooting us on, and we finish it. We take it in the end zone, as I said, and we once and for all demonstrate true disclosure with a capital D. I thank New Paradigm, and now the work begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for your decades of service to this disclosure movement. Don is one of the faculty for the New Paradigm Ubiquity University training program in the history, law, and politics of UAP. I'd like to now introduce Beatrice Villarreal, who, as an astronomer with the Nordic Institute of Theoretical Physics in Stockholm. So if we can just expand our minds for a moment from craft and biologics that we find here on our planet to what's going on out there in the larger cosmic reality. So Beatrice, thank you so much for joining us from Sweden. And I turn the program over to you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a true honor to be here among these wonderful speakers. So let's see. I think I need one more try. I apologize because of the sharing of the video is always more challenging. Now we try once more. And here we go. So as an astronomer, I'm really interested in trying to push this topic as much forward as possible through the scientific methods. And as an astronomer, I of course think that we need to detect, identify, and characterize UFOs. And we in particular need to search for artifacts of non-human intelligence, in my opinion, because this is the most relevant question that we have now. And I think we need to search in the space, like for extraterrestrial probes. We need to search in the atmosphere. We need to search underground. We need to search underground. We need to search under the water. And we need to also get the journals to allow us to publish these things, because what is happening right now is that the mainstream scientific journals don't want to touch the topic because of stigma and bias, which leads us to a catch-22 situation where you can't publish evidence because there's no prior body of evidence, and it just goes on like that indefinitely because of all this stigma that exists in science. And this is a serious issue in the scientific community. And so I came into this topic because my team, the Vasco team, we found very unusual flashes in the sky, and some of them were even aligned in with an extremely low probability. And these flashes in the sky we found on all photographic plates before Sputnik, and yet these flashes looked just like reflections from artificial objects in pre-Sputnik images. And these are just examples of what we saw. And we keep on working with these images and these searches through citizen science that we do together with amateur astronomy associations and students in, for example, in Algeria and in Nigeria. And this has been going on for several years, these searches for these sort of transients. So what we do now is that we want to confirm our findings with an independent method. And for that, we have created a new project called ExoProbe, where we're trying to build a network of telescopes. Right now, it's a very small network with 2 telescopes in New Mexico. But we want to build a serious network of telescopes so we can search for extraterrestrial probes or non-human objects outside the atmosphere by looking for similar kind of flashes as those that we saw in the photographic plates. And we will use high-speed cameras and wide-field telescopes to do so. Because we want to detect these objects, we want to localize them in 3D, we want to verify them, and we want to be able to reproduce any findings so that any astronomer around the world can just say, yeah, that is really a ET object. We simply want that solid scientific evidence in our hands. And we have a search range outside the atmosphere in order to try to avoid national security concerns. And we have a method to try to that minimizes false positives. And the goal is, of course, not only to localize it, but also to eventually, once we find an object, go there and pick it up and bring it down to the Earth. And this is how this network of telescopes looks. But what I also do, there's a project that I do in my free time together with my friends and as a hobby thing, but it's super fun for us and super interesting as well. And it's called the European Crash Retrieval Initiative. And we do this together with UAP Sweden and together with, of course, the Vasco project that I'm representing and the Ocean X team, which you may have heard of in context of an anomaly that was found on the bottom of the Baltic Sea outside the Swedish coast, where they found this object that looks like either a crashed UFO or non-human artifact, and that still needs to be studied. And however, the ECRI project, we are looking for all kind of tips that we can get on UFO crashes. And we want to create this independent community-driven citizen science project where we collaborate with the public and we try to identify possible crash sites via data gathering. So if you know of any UFO crash, please email me or send something via the system. And the goal is, of course, to visit and examine these crash sites, to gather materials and to study this scientifically, because we want to study a real crashed flying saucer. And anything we find, we want to share with scientists and with the public in a transparent manner, because I believe that we don't only have to wait for the governments, we can actually ourselves go there, get the data and get out the results to the general public. We can do this. And this is an image from our first expedition. Sadly, we didn't find any flying saucer. I got 20 mosquito bites, however. And so finally, if you see something, if you are aware of any crashed UFO in Europe, please let us know. We are very, very grateful for any report you can give us about this. We're actually working on a very interesting case right now, but we really hope that you can assist us with submitting more suggestions of possible crash sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. We wish you all the best in your endeavors. We know you have many challenges there in Europe to engage in this kind of research. This is a moment when we want to continue to just expand what it is that we're talking about. We know there's zero doubt. We know that Beatrice is doing all kinds of research, as are others in the cosmos, to identify what's actually going on. And at the same time, there have been thousands and thousands of human beings who have experienced the non-human intelligence. So we want to now welcome Kathleen Marden, who has been researching the experiencer phenomenon for many, many years and has accumulated data from around the world and across cultures and time zones about the experiencer dynamic. So we want to hear from Kathleen now about the nature of her research and the conclusions that are beginning to be drawn from people who've actually engaged in intelligible communication with extraterrestrials. Kathleen?
Thank you very much, Jim, and I'd like to welcome everyone who is listening in today. I came to this topic when I was only 13 years old. It was in 1961, and my aunt and uncle, Betty and Barney Hill, had had a close encounter with an unconventional flying object that hovered only 100 feet above them in New Hampshire's White Mountains. They remembered encountering non-human entities. They seemed non-human on a dirt road with tall trees all around and a fiery orb. And when they arrived home, they realized that there was physical evidence that something had happened to them. I have spent much of my life investigating this case, going to the archives and doing archival research on them, what happened to them, and those who obfuscated the truth regarding the reality of their experience. And then I began working with others who have had these experiences as well. What I discovered is that initially, most experience ontological shock. They have encountered something, a non-human entity, for which they are completely unfamiliar. They have experienced technology that they have never experienced before, far beyond anything that exists on this planet. These people need someone to talk to. They need to overcome this initial anxiety they are feeling. Yet, so often, when they tell someone what has occurred, that person's response is highly negative. People have been conditioned to be skeptical, to ridicule people who have had these experiences. There is a coterie of individuals who have joined together as disinformants to target individuals who have had these experiences in an attempt to frighten them, to destroy their lives, to prevent them from engaging in a useful profession where they can support themselves, to convince the public that if the public hears about this, that this did not actually occur, that these people are mentally ill, that they're seeking attention, that they are doing this for money. Nobody makes money doing this. This is ridiculous. I'm an experiencer advocate, and I've reached out to people around the world who have had these experiences, and we have maintained confidentiality because these people are already hurting. They do not need human intervention to hurt them further, to create additional fear in them. What I've found that they have in common is they might have been healed by these non-humans. They might have been warned about environmental problems coming. They might have been warned about nuclear war, how catastrophic these things could be. Many have become environmentalists. Some good things have come out of this. There are also other individuals who continue to have negative contact of some kind. It's a different kind of contact, but we encourage people to understand what is occurring, to embrace this and to learn about what they have experienced, because it is only through knowledge that they can overcome the initial reactions that they've had. We've worked to set up committees that will assist people. We've worked to find qualified therapists who that we can refer individuals to who are suffering from the consequences of this ontological shock. And I'm going to stop here so that I won't take up any more time. But I thank you so much for inviting me today and for listening to my message.
Thank you, Kathleen. Really appreciate your remarks and the work that you're doing. it may be that the most important thing that we humans can do at this moment, if you think about the fact that we're not alone, is to learn how to intelligibly communicate with the extraterrestrials. Up to this point, the governments have kept that in their own exclusive purview. And look what we've got. If all of us would spend the time seeking experience of the extraterrestrials in an open-hearted way and democratize the experience globally so that it's the people of the world who are in communion with these advanced civilizations, not just our governments. Just think of what a world we would have then. And in this spirit, I want to turn now to Julia Mossbridge of the Mossbridge Institute, who's been developing a body of work about what she calls edge science, which is really that domain of human inquiry now that we need to advance into in order to understand who we're dealing with when we're dealing with these non-human intelligences. So Julie, thank you so much for joining us, and say a few words about your research and the disposition of mind and heart that we need as we approach our cosmic moment.
Thank you, Jim. I've really enjoyed listening to everyone so far, and everyone with different points of view, some mutually exclusive. And that's key, is that this experience reminds me of being on the edge of the unknown. And that's where edge science and technology comes in. So my background, for those who don't know me, and there's I'm sure many who don't know me, I have largely studied cognitive neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and experimental psychology at Tier 1 research institutions. Let me explain what a Tier 1 research institution is in the United States. It's an institution that receives millions and millions of dollars of federal funding. I started to notice the way that human supercapacities, or what we might call our normal capacities, but that are not discussed, like telepathy, precognition, clairvoyance, psychokinesis, how in those Tier 1 research institutions, while it should be in the world of science acceptable and even desirable to ask any question and do rigorous research to try to answer the question, there's discouragement of answering questions and even asking questions about these topics. These are consciousness-based technology topics. And I started to notice the way science works and the way technology works. And by working, I don't mean the nitty-gritty, although of course I knew that as well, but socially how it works. So I noticed that the Tier 1 research institutions that get the millions of dollars of funding from the federal government are at the mercy of what the federal government thinks is okay to research. And the federal government is actually at the mercy in the United States of the people and what pressure we put on the federal government to research and what pressure we put on the federal government to innovate. And I guess intuitively led from my home in Northern California last year in November to drive across the country and go to Washington, D.C. And I didn't have a job and I didn't know what I was doing there. And I think now I know. So I think I'm starting this thing called RISE, Research and Innovation at the Scientific Edge. And that you can see behind me, change.org/Rise White House. I'll also put it in the chat window. I'm creating a petition along with 3 other people whom I've met and are now close friends, or relatively close friends, and some very close friends and collaborators who have experience in the intelligence community. And put a pin in whatever opinions you have about the intelligence community for a second. They have enough experience in the intelligence community to know that it's actually a national security risk for the United States not to be openly developing the ecosystems that can investigate edge science, the science of what we currently feel is the unknown. That includes UAP technology. It includes space-time navigation, advanced energy, spiritual and indigenous wisdom that can be used to create technologies that have previously been ignored. So this is apparently what I'm doing. I have an agreement with the team that if we can get 1,000 signatures by the end of the week, that will go ahead and send the petition and the description of what we're doing to some relatively influential reporters. And we'll see if we can get a national and maybe international media coverage for the effort. It's a nonpartisan effort. And one of the things I love about the UAP disclosure movement is that this is a bipartisan and nonpartisan program. In other words, whoever ends up in the White House, we're asking them to establish the RISE office in the executive office of the president. So please go ahead and read the experiences that we've had and what we believe to be useful here in the RISE petition. Consider signing it. Just know that at change.org, they put a little ad in where they ask you to donate. Don't do that. You're not donating to this effort. You're donating to change.org, unless you want to donate to change.org itself, which is a for-profit. So I would suggest just sign the petition and pass it along to a friend. And think about the power that we have in love. And that's the last thing I want to say, is that unconditional love is the key to all of the positive steps that we can take in science and technology as the United States and as a leader around the world, and speaking to other countries or people in other countries, in every country around the world. So if we can stay in unconditional love, if we can try to practice that, then partisanship and violence aren't part of that. That's what I'd like to say. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Julia. There's no doubt that this is the way forward for the human race. It's a new paradigm. We need to expand our consciousness. We need to be developing all kinds of new facilities of mind and heart as we prepare ourselves for the cosmic moment. So thank you for that. We want to now change pace. We've had a number of speakers that have really been brought into this global broadcast to set context. The most important point being that there's now zero doubt that humanity is encountering advanced extraterrestrial beings, civilizations, and technologies. Thousands of people have had experiences, been abducted, as we've seen. We have the capacity to begin to train ourselves in how we approach this phenomenon, both psycho-emotionally, but also, I would say, linguistically, and learning intelligible communication. That's what's now up for humanity. We want to now broaden the conversation. We want to start by going to a few places where our Citizens for Disclosure groups are live. And as we start, I want to begin by honoring two individuals in particular who were instrumental and, in fact, generated the idea for Global Disclosure Day only about 5 weeks ago. This, believe it or not, this event is only 5 weeks in gestation. It came out of a conversation that several of us were in with Katie Amron, Bertie Jaworski, and a few others. And it was with Katie and Bertie that really interacted and generated this idea. Katie is the Director of Operations for the Washington, D.C. office. She's there in Denver with a number of her friends and colleagues. So we want to turn to you, Katie, and just say hello, and you could just bring in the people that are there with you in Denver.
Thank you, Jim. Here I am in Denver, Colorado, with 15 of our closest friends. Having a great time, really enjoying the program. Back to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you there. Thank you, Denver. Wonderful to have you part of our program. Thank you, Katie, for everything that you've done to make this possible, from initially actually seeding the idea. So well done. Thank you. I want to turn now to Albuquerque, New Mexico, to Bertie Jaworski. Bertie was the other one who came up with this idea with Katie. Bertie is really an extraordinary, I would say, a disclosure entrepreneur. There's nobody I know of in the entire world that is a program with so many people, hundreds and hundreds of people there in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And we're going to pause here for a few extra minutes with Jaworski, with Bertie, because in addition to assembling a number of people in a cafe, she's brought a couple of people who will speak for a few minutes to our global audience. So Bertie, thank you so much. And I turn the mic over to you. It looks like you already have one.
Hey, Jim, thank you so much. We are so excited here in Albuquerque. We have the best UFO Citizens for Disclosure group in the known universe here. We are so excited to be a part of this incredible movement. The question of whether we as human beings are alone in this universe is the most important question that any of us could ever potentially face. Now, all of us here know that we're not alone. Many of us have had experiences. We have researched this for decades. We know people who have had encounters or abduction experiences. And so as to the question whether we are alone, we know that we are not. But we are waiting and imploring our government through our congressional members to disclose to the world, to the public, that we are not alone, so that all of this research that has been collected by secretive government special access programs, by Department of Defense contractors, so that these crash retrieval items, so that biologics, so to speak, can be placed in the hands of scientists and other researchers where that material belongs, where it can benefit humanity. So we are here very excited to support the disclosure movement. And I'd like to introduce a couple of super cool people who are here with us today. First is Paranormal Ranger Stan Milford, whose book just came out as of a week ago, and it is incredible.
Thank you, Bertie. Thank you, everyone. You know, I did a career as a Naval Ranger, federal law enforcement officer for 23 years. Myself and my partner, Jonathan Dover, were sworn law enforcement officers that investigated cases that would involve UFOs or UAPs. And for us, it wasn't a matter of belief. It was a matter of collecting evidence in regards to support the case. And with this, in the cases that we've done, the evidence shows that these things that people refer to as UFOs and UAPs, the evidence shows that it is very real. People are having encounters. Sometimes they can be even traumatizing to those individuals. But it is something that this country and the world really needs to step up and acknowledge that these things do happen. It's not make-believe, it's not fantasy. There's information that supports that these things are coming to light today. And all of us as humanity need to get behind this effort for disclosure and for truth of these matters. I think it's very important in this day and time for mankind and the history of mankind that we get to the truth and get beyond the wars and the violence that was mentioned earlier. We've got a long way to go to treating our fellow man with humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Here in New Mexico, we have had so many incredible encounters and cases, and now we have a number of researchers and people who have been important in the field of ufology for a long time. Here is another one of these people, Charles Hall, who has talked for decades about his experiences near Nellis Air Force Base. Here's Charles.
Hello, thank you for having me on your program. I'll keep it very brief. While I was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base outside Las Vegas, Nevada, I spent more than 2 years as the weather observer at Indian Springs Gunnery Ranges, which is the backdoor area of 51. And I summarized my experiences in the series called Millennial Hospitality, spelled the way it sounds with 2 N's and 2 L's. But I also have authored Hall photon theory and a book entitled Beyond Relativity. I have a master's degree, thanks to my wife, in applied nuclear physics. And I believe Einstein was quite wrong about relativity. I believe there were many more force fields that occur naturally in the world of physics that Einstein was unaware of, and that relativity was just an attempt to put in a fudge factor to cover what he didn't know. Because the scout craft that I saw and the deep spacecraft, I saw a deep spacecraft and a scout craft, or the extraterrestrials I call the tall whites, and for the extraterrestrials who were the Roswell Grays. And I also saw the Norwegians with 24 teeth. However, I didn't see the craft they came in. And I was out there for more than 2.5 years. So when I say I interacted with them, I mean on almost a daily basis. And I summarize those in my books. But I want to especially point out that the ideas I express in Hall photon theory are currently being confirmed by NASA's latest developments. And I'm sure I don't want to talk too long, so just leave it at that. But if you go in, there are many force fields that naturally travel much faster than the speed of light, such as trillions of times faster. The force of gravity, for example, travels trillions of times faster than the speed of light. And those alien scout craft, the extraterrestrials under the tall whites and the grays, and to a lesser extent the Norwegians with 24 teeth, understand how to manage and use those force fields when they design their craft. And they also use them not just to build craft, but to build deep space communication systems. So astronomers, if you're looking for flashing objects, remember that any extraterrestrial civilization which is capable of building a craft that exceeds the speed of light is going to use that same technology to build a communication system based on those force fields that are traveling trillions of times faster than the speed of light to communicate with, and they're not going to be picked up by ordinary telescopes or ordinary telescopes. So you need to look at other forms of force fields that are being used to communicate with. The last thing I'll say is everything in my books in Millennium Hospitality and quand theory is true and happened to me, I had to change the names of people and places to protect the innocent, but also to not, it was not my intention to upset the government. But that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Charles.
Yeah, thank you, Charles, and thank you, Stan. And we will let you guys go back to the rest of the program, but we have one more thing to say here in Albuquerque. Ready, gang? We want disclosure!
Thank you, Bertie. By the way, everyone, in addition to everything else, Bertie Jaworski is a very sophisticated remote viewer with extraterrestrials. And as part of the training program that New Paradigm Institute and Ubiquity University have developed as part of a master's and PhD degree in extraterrestrial studies, Bertie's going to be hosting and teaching a course on how we can learn remote viewing with a specific intent of intelligible communication with extraterrestrials in January. We'll be promoting that course. I believe it's very important that all of us learn this particular aspect of what I would call the mother tongue. And so we'll be back with more information about this course with Bertie Jaworski in January in due course. We want to now go to Helena, Montana, where Richard O'Connor has been gathering a group in the Jesse Marcel Library there. Richard, can you come in?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, you need to turn on your video.
Yeah, hi. Richard O'Connor here in Helena, Montana, talking to you from the Jesse A. Marcel Library. I'm backed up here by a number of friends who have come to join in this watch party. We're Montana's chapter of the New Paradigm Institute's Citizens for Disclosure. And we have 52 members, and our numbers are growing. We all support full and transparent UFO disclosure from our government. We've been meeting here at the Jesse Marcel Library near Helena since May of 2012, long before the New York Times told us it was okay to believe in UFOs. This library is actually a converted garage, but it was established with the blessing of Dr. Jesse Marcel Jr., who, along with his father, we celebrate as being the first two UFO whistleblowers who told the world the truth about what happened at Roswell, New Mexico in July of 1947, when our US military recovered an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Both he, Jesse Marcel Jr., and his father closely inspected and handled those materials. And I met Dr. Marcel here in 1988 when I came to work on the medical staff of St. Peter's Hospital as an anesthesiologist. Dr. Marcel was a surgeon. We worked closely together for over a decade and talked about what happened at Roswell. Because I got to know him well, I became absolutely convinced that his story is real. I have a steadfast conviction that Dr. Marcel was a very honest man of high moral character and would never have lied to me nor to the world about what he saw and handled in Roswell, which was an extraterrestrial, or at least the debris from an extraterrestrial spacecraft. We know that our government, specifically the Department of Defense, under the executive branch, has been lying to our citizens about what Dr. Marcel and his father saw there at Roswell in 1947. Even though that we have never seen the pieces of that UFO, Dr. Marcel informed us that he did see that material, and we have an unshakable faith that he was an honest man who told the world the truth. So as members of Montana Citizens for UFO Disclosure, we recognize and acknowledge that these lies have gone on for too long. They've been detrimental to the social, scientific, and spiritual progress of our civilization. And with regard to UFOs, the executive branch has been operating way outside the boundaries laid down by our US Constitution for decades. And it is past time that our representatives and in the legislative branch step up and do their duty of oversight of the executive branch with regard to recovered UFOs that stem from a non-human intelligence. So for us, those elected representatives would be John Tester, Steve Daines, Matt Rosendale, and Ryan Zinke. And we're talking to you, gentlemen. When January rolls around, we want you to do your jobs to represent us and get this information out of the Department of Defense and into legislative branch oversight where it belongs. I invite every Montanan to join our Citizens for Disclosure group. The Jesse A. Marcel Library is listed at meetup.com under the heading Montana's Central UFO UAP Information Exchange, or simply email me at rkojaml@gmail.com. That's rkojaml@gmail.com, and I'll put you on our list as a member of Montana Citizens for Disclosure group. Even if you live far away from.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Just finishing
I
up
need
here. Even if you live far away from Helena, we're going to be Zooming our meetings, so you can join us on Zoom. So 1, 2, 3. We are Montana Citizens for Disclosure, and we support all. Right on. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay.
We want to now go to Toronto, where Victor Vigiani has also assembled a small group, just so we can give everybody a sense of the diversity of people that are supporting. We want to now go to Toronto. So, Victor Vigiani welcome. Has also assembled a small group.
Victor, you have the recording. You have to turn off the audio.
Are you ready there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Is there anybody there? Okay. Welcome to Toronto. We've got a bunch of people here. No?
There we go.
Hello, welcome from Toronto. It's Victor Vigiani here. Just want to welcome everybody and thank Danny and his whole crew, Jim and all the rest of the people, the volunteers. No audio? I'm unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Because of the live loop, we're hearing him live here, so we're not going to hear it on the screen. Yeah.
In any case, I just wanted to say hello from Toronto and make sure that everyone throughout the world is understanding what's going on today. We sincerely hope that however this turns out in the future, we want people to know that in Canada, we are going to be beginning a political action activity here in the city of Toronto. And the people behind me, I've held them captive for the past couple of hours, and they're going to be joining us with that political action. And we want to make sure that everyone understands the big question that we have to force upon our politicians and even people who are not really plugged into this whole issue. We want them to ask themselves one very, very specific question. How long has this been going on, and why don't we know about it? That is the key question that confronts everyone within this issue. So we have a responsibility to inform the indolent, inform the resistors, to understand that they have to ask that one very, very simple question and light the candle that will initiate that question to the rest of the world, as we're seeing today. And we all know there's no sense at all in lighting a candle and hiding it under the basket. So we here in Toronto are asking you, light the candle. Thanks, James.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you so much.
Why don't they hear it?
Yeah, Georg, you need to mute Victor. We want to take a pause for a moment and for everyone to just take in kind of the enormity of this moment and this time in history. We want to shift focus to a major strategic partnership and alliance that New Paradigm Institute is in the process of negotiation with the Mutual UFO Network. This has been in discussion for some time with Ron James, who's the director of media and on the board of MUFON. And so he and I have been preparing the presentation for today because radical collaboration, as we're trying to demonstrate through this broadcast with people all over the world and all kinds of organizations and perspectives, is the only way that we're going to succeed in overcoming the obstacles that the national security state and the legacy group and all its forms have put up as they seek to reverse engineer the technology for military and other nefarious purposes. So Ron, I want to invite you to the program. Ron is going to make a statement from the perspective of MUFON, and then we'll proceed with our broadcast. Ron?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Let me fix my video.
There we go.
I'd like to thank Jim and Danny and all of the other people at New Paradigm. I'm Ron James, and I'm the Media Relations Director for MUFON, which is the Mutual UFO Network. And I wanted to give a little update real quick about what MUFON's been able to accomplish in the last few years. We are the world's largest and oldest organization studying the UFO topic. We have boots on the ground in dozens of countries where we actually do active UFO investigations from reports. And our membership is now at an all-time high, approaching 8,000 active members worldwide. We contribute to shows like Ancient Aliens and The Unexplained. The proof is out there. As MUFON's Media Relations Director, I actually get to do that kind of stuff. And we have been in Washington, D.C., moving mountains along with other organizations. We've had over 300 meetings with staffers and sitting members of Congress just in the last year and a half. We've been providing the House and Senate intelligence committees with quarterly reports about civilian UAP activity. And we've even had a hand in the wording of some of the legislation that's come forward. I've personally briefed Andre Carson, Tim Burchett, and by the way, his pronunciation of his name, he made me promise to set this straight every time. It's Tim Burchett, not Burchett. So I just want to clear that up. I've spoken with Ed Markey, Warren Donaldson, all personally. And 2 weeks ago, we met with Kirsten Gillibrand regarding the hearings that are coming up. and got a seat at the table for that, and possibly doing some other presentations behind closed doors that we hope to share with the public. Now, one of the things that's been rampant in the UFO community is factions and groups, but it is time that we just don't have that anymore. The ball is moving down the field. We have to aim high. We have to figure out ways that we can cooperate, ways that we can work together, and ways that we can be better at achieving disclosure. Because at the end of the day, we're this close, but we're still a long way away. So MUFON and New Paradigm Institute, and I've known Danny Sheehan and Steve Bassett for years and years. I helped them produce the citizen hearing on disclosure. They're in my documentary Accidental Truth and the new one that's coming up. We are in negotiations to take all of MUFON's resources and the resources of New Paradigm Institute and find ways to work together as a team to broaden the whole effort toward disclosure. And it's a pretty big deal. We're still negotiating the details, but we hope that we can set an example for the entire community that it is time for us to put aside any differences and all work together, because this is the biggest question facing humanity. And we are the people who are here to help get it answered. And what better honor could you ask for, really? One last thing, we're working on a campaign to appeal to whistleblowers. These are all people with feelings that have been brought into something that they might not have asked for. And we're hoping that we can put out a video campaign that kind of encourages these people to come forward and talk to us on a personal level. And so this is a sample of one of the videos that I've created for this campaign. I think Jim said they're going to play it now. And again, I'd like to thank everybody, and let's all move forward in unity for disclosure.
One day, you picked up a call. Since then, you have seen things that change the way you view your world, your concept of reality, your personal sense of self and identity. Long ago, a group was formed to manage the issue, and so began the biggest deception in human history. But you don't have to keep being a part of it. You were read into something you never asked for, didn't ask to know, and have no control over. And you can never tell anyone what you have been shown. We can help you. It's time to blow the whistle.
Thank you, Ron, for both your leadership with MUFON to help negotiate this strategic alliance. And thank you for the gift of this video. Whistleblower protection and whistleblower courage is essential for the disclosure we all seek. And I want to just take a moment to just underscore the importance of this strategic partnership. As Ron said, MUFON has been for 60 years now training people to go out. I want to just to go out and investigate all the sightings that are reported about UFO landings or ET contact and in a variety of forms. And they've really developed worldwide now a cadre of people that do this at highly sophisticated scientific research levels. What New Paradigm Institute has initiated much more recently is a network, a global network of citizen activism. So just imagine for citizen activists in our Citizens for Disclosure groups around the country and around the world, teaming up with MUFON researchers and going out and investigating what's taking place and what's been reported. And then conversely, the researchers in MUFON to join the Citizens for Disclosure group so that the scientific research and the citizen activism come together in a very dynamic way. We believe that this will further the movement. It is our hope that this strategic alliance will become an attractor for other organizations to join in, so that over time, the global movement and the global coalition becomes a single interactive organism, as different organizations all maintaining their autonomy, but sharing information, working together on various strategic initiatives, and interacting together collegially as a single movement. And that's what we're hoping to begin to exemplify with MUFON. And that's what we hope over time we can begin to manifest in the kind of ways that we all know will be required to make disclosure fully happen. And so we want to turn now to a number of the partners with which we've been working over the last year or two, organizations that are doing really interesting and extraordinary work. I want to ask that they all keep their remarks very brief because we're beginning to run over time. And we want to start with Steve Bassett, who is the founder of the Paradigm Research Institute. He is also one of the co-founders of the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance. He was the first one to register actually as a formal official lobbyist here in Washington. So Steve, very good to know you as a colleague, and just turn the program now over to you for your report.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, I planted that flag 28 years ago. More has happened in the last 7 years than in the previous 70 rather. The truth embargo, as I like to call it, is in fact collapsing. Every witness, and in some cases whistleblower, that comes forward makes it easier for other witnesses to come forward. Every politician, political figure, whether in office or not in office, it comes forward, like Congressman Burchett, makes it easier for other politicians to come forward. Every scientist of accomplishments such as Dr. Gary Nolan makes it easier for other scientists who are generally very risk averse to come forward. And so what we have now is an avalanche. It cannot be stopped. It cannot be reversed. All right. It can be slowed down a little bit. The Department of Defense is kind of doing that right now. I hope it's just temporary. It won't succeed. And I also want to do a quick shout out to the thousands and thousands of people going back to the 1940s that devoted a great deal, and some of them, many of them are not with us, obviously. They devoted a great deal of their life with limited means to engage this issue against a highly intransigent government in a highly stigmatized environment, and keep this going and build a platform on which the heroes that I'm watching today are going to stand and take this issue home. And lastly, I'm quite convinced that the New Paradigm Institute, with its alliances, is in fact the leader of this movement, and it's going to lead us into the post-disclosure world. And I am happy to help it in any way possible to achieve those goals. And I hope that everyone watching today will do the same.
Thank you, Steve. Thank
My
you
pleasure.
very much. It's an honor to be working with you. And now we want to go out to the West Coast to Ron Janix and the initiative Contact in the Desert. You know, each year the Contact in the Desert conference is the largest gathering of people interested in this domain that's convened. And they have been working with the New Paradigm Institute. Danny and Sarah have been speakers there, Danny for many, many years. So Ron, it's a pleasure to have you join us today, and tell us more about what you're up to out there.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Yes, I am coming in from Los Angeles, California, and we're thrilled to be part of this Global Disclosure Day today. And I love hearing these groups cheering. It's wonderful. You have them all together. I think that's a lot of fun and adds to the environment today. We do run the largest UFO conference in the country, which is called Contact in the Desert. And I saw our banner there behind Danny, which was a lot of fun. Basically, Gordon and I want to provide a forum and any support that we can for the disclosure movement. Contact's a great opportunity annually to bring everybody together that's in this community to talk about these issues in an open forum. We've made progress over the years, and we've seen that since the very first contact in the desert. And now, thanks to the efforts by many people in this community, many people on this show today, it's time for the public to press forward. Like Don said, I think it's really important. We want to get some of these witnesses out there while they're still with us. It's important to act now. And we really just want to add support to the tireless efforts from people like Steve Bassett, who remarkably kept that short today. I was pleasantly surprised. Steve's got a lot of incredible knowledge in this topic, and he's done probably more for this topic than anyone other than perhaps Danny. And also Sarah Nelson and the entire NPI team, who are obviously leading the charge in this area. And I just want to support all of them and appreciate their efforts. You know, everyone out there who comes forward, you're adding the weight of evidence and support for moving disclosure forward. The cumulative weight of all of these different witnesses can and will make a difference, and it will help force Congress to act. So we really appreciate everyone's help and support for the New Paradigm Institute, and we're here in any way we can help. So everyone, please join in and continue supporting this group. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much. And again, accolades to you and Contact in the Desert. It's one of the great achievements that, in spite of all the obstacles and the cover-up and everything else, thousands of people each year go to your conference. So we want to really applaud that effort. It's been fundamentally important in keeping the spirit alive and the word circulating out there. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Why not stay in LA for a while with Lester Nair, who's the founder of the UAP Caucus. Lester has been on the Hill here in Washington with various others, including Kevin Wright and the NPI folks lobbying in Congress and trying to push disclosure along. So Lester, tell us about the UAP Caucus.
Thanks so much, Jim. And hello, everybody. My name is Lester Nara, and I'm excited to be here representing the civilian UAP Caucus as a member of what I'll call sort of the new generation around this issue. At UAP Caucus, our mission is much like many of us here today. It's to bring together diverse perspectives from science, policy, and the public to drive an informed dialogue about UAPs, specifically in and around Capitol Hill, as Jim just mentioned. This conversation is about transparency, it's curiosity, and our collective future, and it's more important now than ever. I think something that's interesting is, as a Zimbabwean American, my connection to this work feels deeply personal. I remember stories of the aerial school, like Colonel Carl Nell brought up at the beginning of the call, where children in Zimbabwe experienced something that they cannot easily explain, something that years later still resonates deeply with those who witnessed it. And this was something that happened just 30 minutes outside of our capital city in a country of 16 million people. It reminds us that encounters with the unknown are not bound by borders or backgrounds. They belong to all of us, and they call us for a responsible and thoughtful response. I think today we find ourselves in a crucial moment. We don't have all the answers, and at UAP Caucus, we don't claim to, but we do know that pushing forward with curiosity, integrity, and unwavering commitment to transparency is how we can begin to understand what's before us. For me, I think the aerial school case shows that these questions span generations and geographies. And it's a moment like this here at Global Disclosure Day that show that people across the world are ready for that open conversation. I just thank you to everyone here today for, the dedication to that vision and for being a part of the movement. And it isn't sort of about proving what we know, but about embracing the possibilities of what we have yet to learn together. So I'm super excited to continue the work we're doing at UAP Caucus, interfacing with staffers and members in Congress to push forward with disclosure.
Thanks so much, Lester. You're doing great work, man. You're really out there in Washington. And he's been joined in Washington by Nick Gold of Declassify UAP, who's been also very, very actively engaged. Nick, tell us about your organization and what you're up to.
Jim, thanks so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be with everyone for the inaugural Global Disclosure Day. So I started declassifyuap.org a little over a year ago. So US voters would have a very grounded, very easy, very quick to use website that allowed them to engage with their own elected officials as their constituents in order to push for government UAP transparency and declassification. So even if you've already participated in the electronic campaign at declassifyuap.org, just go to the Action Center. I encourage you to do it again because there's a very timely update that we've actually inserted into an updated campaign. It was the release of this document about 10 days ago in response to a Black Vault Freedom of Information Act request. This is a UAP task force UAP intelligence assessment briefing document. It was actually prepared by Jay Stratton, and the classification level itself is classified. Now, there's a little bit of information about the program. Most of the pages of the presentation look like this, completely blacked out. We can't have it. But there is one very interesting page. It's the current assessment, and what you can see in the upper right there is that they have 3 things that they think highly anomalous UAP might represent. Only one of them is unredacted, which is unknown weather or other natural phenomena. The old standby. Well, the last page of the presentation includes this. Questions? I have many questions. We all have many questions. But I want to emphasize how useful a document like this can be in all of our activism. It's very, very rare we get a tangible, physical UAP intelligence assessment document declassified to any degree. It hasn't really happened in my lifetime, frankly. And we can use this document. We can let our elected officials know about its existence. You might be the first person to tell them about it. And we can say, this is a tangible thing, especially the top things we think these outlier UAP might represent are classified. We live in the world with UAP too. We can use this document to our advantage tactically. I encourage everyone to familiarize themselves with it. Again, it's at the Black Vault's website. It's the UAP Task Force Intelligence Assessment. And let's use this. It's a low-hanging fruit. It doesn't really come on a silver platter like this very often. So I hope we can all move forward. And these types of tactical moves are very useful as we push forward to official government UAP declassification.
Thank you so much, Nick. You know, Nick's really in the trenches, trying to extract the classified information and the secret information that is being held. So I think that's another aspect of what it is that we need to be supporting as we move forward into disclosure. There's many fronts to this struggle for disclosure. We want to now transition over to Portugal for someone I've gotten to know over the last year or so, Francisco Correa, who's been very active there in Portugal at many levels of the government and the military about disclosure. So Francisco, take a minute or two and tell us what you're up to.
Well, thank you, Jim. Are you seeing me? I don't see me.
Yes, we see you. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So basically, thank you for the Paradigm New Paradigm Institute and you, Jim, which I have the pleasure to meet here in Portugal and Lisbon in late September. Here in Portugal, I'm a member of the Transdisciplinary Center for Consciousness Studies, which has a team that has been dealing with UAPs, UFOs since the 70s and has a big, huge archive, the biggest in Portugal, of course. We also have Stellar, which is the International Observatory for Unusual Phenomena, and has the team is composed by academics from different fields of research, from different universities here in Portugal as well, from historians, astrophysicists, mathematicians, anthropologists, psychiatrists, etc. And I can tell you also that ICER, the International Coalition for Extraterrestrial Research, was registered as an organization, an NGO here in Portugal. We have members from 30 countries. We have The most known project that we have is Project Titan, which tries to involve the UN, to the United Nations in regard to UAPs. We have been working with that since 2021, and we need all the support from everyone in the world to make this happen. And basically, we have just to very quickly, we have big challenges. Not only the stigma, but also the fact that Europe is a lot more conservative in terms of approaching the phenomena than the US or Latin America, for instance. And so the way that we try to engage with politicians and the military, and Portugal has very good cases involving, for instance, 2 former chiefs of staff of the Air Force, where when a period when the military was less dependent from the political will, it was possible to have a good relationship with civilian researchers. So lots of challenges ahead, of course, and we need to start working together with different organizations, different approaches, because we are not all, we don't all face the same issues, especially in regard to dealing with politicians. Priority management is a very challenging issue for us. And so we need to basically work all together to find solutions for this. It's my take, and I hope and I wish all the best to the New Paradigm Institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. All strength to you there in Portugal. The European situation is very different than it is here in the United States. They have many challenges like we do, but they're working very, very diligently to make sure this happens. We want to now go to San Francisco to Costa Macrius, who has a podcast, ET Let's Talk. Costa, give us a few words on your podcast.
Hi, Jim. Thank you so much for including me on the Global Disclosure Day here. This is really exciting. We're thrilled. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm Costa Macrius, and I'm the founder in 2010, now we're going on 15 years, of etletstalk.com and the People's Disclosure Movement. So you might ask, what's the People's Disclosure Movement? And is that different from the Citizens for Disclosure? That's a good question. The People's Disclosure Movement is the largest umbrella that I know of. It's in this field so far, which involves, I believe, from what I've counted, more than 1 million people who are focused on the issue of human-initiated interactive contact with the star civilizations that are visiting on and near the Earth. Many people know this as CE5, which is Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. And our group of more than 1 million people, all walks of life, for many years, we've been meeting daily, monthly, weekly. People have been having experiences where many of us are experiencers, myself included. And we have brought about what's called a People's Disclosure. We talked to our star friends, and they informed us that in 2019, because of our efforts, so many of us across the globe, that we're initiating contact with these beings who were asking for us to kind of willingly come forward and establish a halfway meeting point. Because of all that activity we've done all these years, we were informed that in 2019, we did achieve a People's Disclosure, and our star friends described that as a tipping point after which no kind of really massive cover-up would ever again sustain and have any oxygen be viable. And that's why we endorse what Citizens for Disclosure is doing. I see this as 2 tracks in parallel, working together as one mission. Citizens for Disclosure, like us at the People's Disclosure Movement, is working from the grassroots up, using people power in the Citizens for Disclosure manner to work through the channels of government. All of you have been hearing about that from different people here, and this is a wonderful effort. We at the People's Disclosure Movement wholeheartedly endorse what Citizens for Disclosure is doing and offer ourselves in any way that we can to help with that mission of forcing the grassroots pressure up through governments, not just the US government, to make the disclosure possible through those channels. Very viable and very needed. And on the other hand, as I mentioned, we the people have achieved a disclosure because there's so many of us now all over the world who have been experiencers, who have seen, who have taken video, who have taken pictures, who have communicated in many different ways with our star friends, that this particular disclosure is really what is something that we've been able to accomplish. And that's why we now support the efforts of doing this through government, as long as it's grassroots and rising up from the bottom. And this is wonderful how it's all happening. So I'm urging people who's listening here and watching on Global Disclosure Day to please help Citizens for Disclosure. And you can also come and join us at ET Let's Talk and the People's Disclosure Movement. That's etletstalk.com, ETLETSTALK. We will teach you how to make your contact to do the CE5 protocols, and we will welcome you into the community of all the other experiencers across the planet that are now actively cooperating with our star friends to bring about what we know is going to be a golden age on Earth. It's not going to happen overnight. There's still a lot of work to do, but Global Disclosure Day today is a great step towards getting so many of us together to work towards a golden age of Earth, where we can really have the peace and prosperity that human beings were always meant to have. So we're standing, I believe, at this incredible crossroads of history. We're becoming cosmic humanity, and it's really in our hands now to create the future. And what I want to leave you with is a message that was given to me by my star friends for all of us. And I quote, they said, "Keep your eyes and heart on us." They want to help. They're here to help. They have technologies. We need to meet them halfway. And in the People's Disclosure Movement, that's exactly what we're doing. And again, I want to say thank you for having us as a part here of Global Disclosure Day. Let's go, team. Let's go do this. And we have the future in our hands. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Costa. Thank you very much for what you do. Communicating with the extraterrestrials is really the wave of the future for humanity. And how we do it, what protocols that we keep in place to ensure human sovereignty as we interface with advanced civilizations and advanced beings, is really a matter that is going to require very deep reflection and dialogue among the human species as we move forward. So thank you for that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We know we've gone significantly over time, everyone, but thank you for your patience. We now are going to begin our final segment by going again to different parts around the world where some of our Citizens for Disclosure groups are active. We want to begin with a gift that came from Matt Reedy, one of our citizens activists, who prepared a song that he just did on his own creative genius, and he's sent us a song for Global Disclosure Day. We're going to play the song, and then we're going to hear from the final group of people as we celebrate global disclosure.
On October 20th, truth will rise across the globe beneath the skies. Citizens unite from every land in the search for answers, hand in hand. Watch parties light up every state. The world is ready, we won't wait. UAPs and mysteries untold. Together we'll be brave and bold. Global Disclosure Day, let the truth be known. We've waited far too long, now the seeds are sown. From the stars above to the depths below, it's time to reveal what we've always known. On Global Disclosure Day, we stand as one. The light of the truth has just begun. Roscoe Tark with his steady gaze unveils the secrets lost in haze. Lou Elizondo from the depths of the sky shares the stories that make us question why. Daniel Sheehan with the law in his hands leads us forward to understand. Rich Hoffman guiding through the night, together we'll uncover the light. Global Disclosure Day, let the truth be known. We waited far too long, now the seeds are sown. From the stars above to the depths below, it's time to reveal what we've always known. On Global Disclosure Day, we stand as one. The light of the truth has just begun. Astronomers, thinkers, and dreamers unite. Bernie and B guiding the flight. Steve Bassett, a voice for us all on this day. We answer the call. Global Disclosure Day, let the truth be known. We've waited far too long, now the seeds are sown. From the stars above to the depths below, it's time to reveal what we've always known. Global Disclosure Day, we stand as one. The light of the truth has just begun. October 20th, it's finally here. The world will listen, the world will hear. Together we'll break through the endless dark. Global Disclosure Day is the spark.
Global Disclosure Day is the spark. Thank you, Matt, for that extraordinary gift for our inspiration today. The overall meta theme of Global Disclosure Day is citizen activism. And that's one reason why we've taken the time to go around the world and listen from all points of view and different vectors of activity. And one of the common strands between all the speakers so far is that they're all actively engaged in some form of disclosure. And the point that we're seeking to make is that there's not just one way. All of us, in whatever way wakes us up at 3 o'clock in the morning and grabs the passion of our heart, must be involved in this movement of the human spirit. So as we come to our final segment, everyone, I really want to pay tribute to those citizen activists who've come together for our Citizens for Disclosure movement. We started it in the United States, but it very quickly went worldwide. We've seen with Katie Amron and Bertie Jaworski and Richard O'Connor and Victor Viggiani, some of the CFD groups that have been in North America. And so we want to start by going to Hong Kong, where Ryan Berkey, out of nowhere, joined our Citizens for Disclosure. I've gotten to know Ryan. He's an extraordinary human being. He's getting up right now. I think, Ryan, it must be 3 o'clock in the morning, Hong Kong time, which doubles our acknowledgement of your fortitude on this day of disclosure. But just tell us for a minute or two what's going on in Hong Kong. And thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, hello from Hong Kong. It's 3:30 a.m. So early morning, but from the future, as it's already Monday here. I just want to go through a quick history because I think China doesn't get mentioned much in these discussions. And for even people that are looking, it's sometimes an unknown. But you can go all the way back to the 50s and you'll see the flyby in the day that the Earth stood still, that 1951 film, where radar operators gather around in Hong Kong tracking this UAP flying faster than could be imagined. In the 70s and 80s, there was an opening by the government in 1978 in their bulletin. They published UFO, an unknown world puzzle. And these decades saw encounters with Chinese students, Air Force pilots, scientists, all walks of life. By the 90s, they began to form, study, and report on encounters. They formed groups such as BURO, the Beijing UFO Research Organization. And then into the new century, China worked and backed the Five Continents Forum with the UN. Even today, and here in Hong Kong, people seek contact and truth of the reality of the experience of UAP. Stan Ho runs the Orbs Research Bioconsciousness Study, and we have Citizens for Disclosure right here in HK. So I'd say especially today, we continue to expand disclosure to people worldwide. We continue to be a global crossroads for East and West. We focus on science, finance, media, and we're working with you in Hong Kong and China to peacefully know our universal neighbors. So thanks, Jim, for having me. Great to be here.
Thanks so much, Ryan. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be building this global coalition with people like you in diverse parts of this world. We're now going to go from Hong Kong to Los Angeles, where Mark Cruson has been very active in setting up CFD, Citizens for Disclosure, SoCal. Mark, tell us what's happening in LA.
Hey, Jim. Thank you so much for letting us join. It's been an honor and a pleasure. I guess you all can hear us. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be welcomed to the movement. Here in SoCal, we just want to let you know that we have watch parties going in San Diego, Orange County, downtown LA, which is here with the three of us, in Glendale and in Burbank. As far as SoCal's Citizens for Disclosure group, we're meeting weekly to get things started and going with the group. We have 3 different sets of social media sets going. One of them is done by Diego, or 2 of them are done by Diego. Another one is done by Edward. Leo is kind of our silent partner in chief. We also have study groups going, and our current initiative is working on training citizens to persuasively talk about UFOs and UAP disclosure, to go out into the community and be able to talk about the facts of this, so that when we do go into the community, we'll be able to help be good, well, I guess. Anyway, I'm blathering. So thank you. And we're very excited to be part of this movement and to carry the ball forward here in Los Angeles. And we're looking forward also to partnering with all of the other groups here, such as the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance and all the other people here in the LA area. So thank you so much. And we're looking forward to the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. You're doing great work. Mark has been one of the foundational members of Citizens for Disclosure in North America. So really appreciate everything that Mark is doing. We want to now go to India, to Sabir Hussain in Chennai. Sabir, we know it's late for you too. So why don't you take a few minutes and tell us what's happening there in India? You need to unmute.
Jim, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Good day to you. Vanakkam. I'm Sabir Hussain, Director of Indian Society for UFO Studies. Extraordinary UFO events have been happening in India, like rest of the world. UFOs have been seen near nuclear reactors and military bases. In 2019, I gave a 140-page petition to the Supreme Court of India, asking them to take necessary precautions to avoid an accidental India-Pakistan nuclear war due to misidentification of UFOs. Louis Elizondo, Captain Robert Salas, Dr. Kutov, Dr. Velasco, General Bermudez, Hazeltine, and Commander Chamorro all wrote to the Supreme Court of India. But the Supreme Court did not give me a proper hearing. And then we approached the media. They also were very indifferent, like rest of the world. But last year, something extraordinary happened. When David Grush gave his testimony in the American Congress, on the same day, a retired top police officer saw a UFO outside Chennai and he took some photos. He didn't know what to make of it. So he approached me and asked me to authenticate it. I saw it. I consulted Captain Robert Salas, and it was genuine UFO. And that opened the floodgates. And immediately all the channels and newspapers and YouTube TV channels approached me. So far, I've given more than 30 interviews seen by more than 20 million people, Tamil-speaking people. Okay? India is a nation of 1,400 million, out of which 75 million speak Tamil, and 20 million of them have seen it. And the most important aspect is every week, at least 3 to 4 people through WhatsApp, they connect with me and send me videos. UFO sightings is happening all over the country, all over the world, all over my state of Tamil Nadu. Something extraordinary is going to happen here. That I can say for sure. And I also approached the member of the Indian Parliament, Dr. Tirumavalavan. He started as a skeptic, but later I gave him all the evidence and he said he will support me, and we have given a report to the Speaker of the Indian Parliament. Now we have approached the state government and we have prepared a book, an introduction book for students from school and college level. For the first time, we are introducing this as a subject, a reference subject. Okay? I can tell you one thing for sure. Disclosure is coming. The book of Ecclesiastes in the Old Testament says, for everything there is a time and a season for every purpose under the heaven. A time to sow, a time to reap. The time for UFO secrecy is over. This is the time for UFO disclosure. Whether you like it or not, whether you are prepared to acknowledge it or not, UFO disclosure will happen. As the great man Lincoln said, you can fool some people all the time, but not all the people all the time. Okay? I like to thank Jim, Danny, and everybody else for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you. Vanakkam.
Thank you, Sabir. Namaste to you. You're doing great work, and I look forward to deepening our dialogue and our collaboration over the next several months. And now we want to move to Ireland, to Dublin, where Chris Gaff has been working very, very diligently as well on UAP disclosure. Chris, tell us what you folks are up to.
Hi, Jim. Thank you for having me on today. Okay, I'm Chris Gaffney. I'm the Deputy Representative for ISA here in Ireland, the founder of Project Morrigan and NHI Disclosure. Now, officially, there's very little to see or very little known in Europe or Ireland regarding UAP on official level. However, this is not the case, and we have the documents to prove it. We'll be putting them up on the UAP Ireland website in the very near future. I also want to talk about Project Morrigan and why it's significant. Project Morrigan is proposals to the Irish Parliament for the creation of scientific institutions dedicated to the study of UAP as a potential solution to the energy crisis. In other words, UAP modus operandi as a possible energy solution, green energy. Now, we had a major breakthrough on the 17th of November 2022 when the Oireachtas Parliamentary Committee in Ireland accepted Project Morrigan. Now, if we're correct, this is the first time in the world a government committee has acknowledged the study of UAP propulsion as a possible fossil fuel alternative. Excuse me. Now, plans are afoot to take this to the next level. We want to bring Project Morrigan on St. Patrick's Day next year to Capitol Hill to, I suppose, to present it to the Irish diaspora and other interested parties. The reason we want to go to Washington is to demonstrate to the Pentagon they do not have the franchise and disclosure. We do. And everyone watching in today, here today and listening today around the world, we're not passengers in this process. We're actually participants. So if you want to know more on what we're doing in Ireland, you can check out the work by my Irish colleague, Dr. Eamon Lansbury, or maybe even better still, go onto the UAP Ireland website. So I'll finish with a quote from JFK. One man can make a difference and everyone should try. And that's what we're doing in Ireland. So a little quote from Ireland now. Chuck Yarla Nocta, our disclosure day will come. Thank you, and back over to you, Jim.
Thank you, Chris. All strength to the Irish. If just the Irish network in the US and Ireland would get activated around this, the world would turn. So thank you for what you're doing there. And there's many others in Europe, everyone, that are actively engaged, but we had to make some selections. So we're just doing a very brief. This is just the tip of the iceberg of all the people that are engaging in activism in one way or another around this beautiful planet of ours. We want to conclude our round the world view of these matters with Latin America. There's an extraordinary amount of activity in Latin America. So we're going to go to Brazil. We're going to have two speakers from Brazil. And I want to invite Tiago Tachidi first to speak. So Tiago, tell us what you're up to there in Brazil.
Hello, Jim. Greetings from Brazil to the whole world. Thanks for the invitation. Well, I'm Thiago Luchichetti. I'm the editor of the Revista UFO magazine, national director of MUFON in Brazil, member of the ICER and SCU, and also international director of the Brazilian Commission of Ufologists. Well, in 2004, the Brazilian Commission of Ufologists, with support of the Revista UFO magazine, launched the campaign UFOs, Freedom of Information Now. Since then, thousands of secret documents from the Brazilian government and mainly from the Brazilian Air Force have been released to the public and are available at national archives in Brasilia and online. Brazilian ufology is one of the most respected in the world. Some of the most famous cases of all time occurred here. Although Brazil has never invested in a program to identify, research, and understand the UFO phenomena, we had military personnel involved in investigating cases in the past. And with this, they have produced documents, photos, and videos. One of the greatest examples of this was the operation known as Operation Plate, when unknown lights and aircrafts attacked residents, people of several cities in the north and northeast of Brazil, such Colares. Through one of the greatest icons of national ufology, A.J. Giver, the world of ufology became aware of these documents, photos, and testimonies that were previously secret. These documents prove that extraterrestrial intelligence acted in the region in 1977 and 1978. And through the campaign UFO Freedom of Information Now, UFO magazine, and the Brazilian Commission of Ufologists, we continue this arduous battle within the laws against the secrecy of the evidence we have that they are being visited by extraterrestrial beings. My father was a Brazilian air pilot, lieutenant colonel, and he showed me 2 boxes of documents, secret documents. And one of these files, I saw a photo of a perfect flying disc. This photo, among a lot of other photos, videos, where are the 22 hours videos of the Operation Plate in Pará during the Operation Plate mission. So what I saw with my father, I never saw release again. So we're still looking for and battle for the disclosure here in Brazil. And I hope that we can achieve this goal. Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you, Tiago, for all the work that you're doing. I love the ETs in the background there. You're clearly deeply engaged with this phenomenon. So we want to now go to Dr. Julio Navarro, also in Brazil, who has been also very active with Tiago and others in supporting disclosure. Julio?
Thank you, Jim. Let me to introduce myself. I am the Dr. Acosta Navarro, Director of the Latin America Academy of Scientific Ufology and Professor of the University of Sao Paulo. I would like to congratulate and celebrate the Global Discovery Day, and also to say that there are also other ways to work toward a better approximation of the reality of the phenomenon of extraterrestrial contact. Previously, I will to put 3 points for you. First, since its origin more than 10 years ago, our organization has as its objective and principle that ufology has already become a science. In this sense of research have resulted in 4 scientific articles published in peer-reviewed journals. The Final Contact Project published in 2016 landmark study and later the Epimetheus Project investigating alleged contacts since closest contact of the 5th kind and using an original method to establish their authenticity proved for the first time the hypothesis that in some case could be considered an authentic phenomenon of advancing contact with scientific information flow passing to contactees. I asked if this could be a beginning of a way of technology transfer. Secondly, other activism projects such as the Hercules project resulted in another historical milestone in world ufology, as was the official recognition by the Minister of Labor of the Brazilian government of Presidente Lula. At the seat of Brazilian government, that day it was maintained that in this time of crisis of extinction of humanity, whether to the depletion of natural and energy resources, risk of plagues and epidemics, and especially the risk of self-destruction by a nuclear hecatomb, an approach to the knowledge of reality with extraterrestrial intelligence would give us an opportunity to dominate and apply alternatives to the very serious problems of humanity. Finally, we have had the opportunity to build international bridges for research with other scientific organizations, such as the recent agreement signed with the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, which has not only turned into work and study lengths, but also into friendship and brotherhood ties. Today, projects such as the Fire of Prometheus and the Ufologists Without Frontiers are on the table for conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julio. It's amazing, everyone, that Brazil is the first country anywhere to recognize officially that ufology is a legitimate professional discipline. And
Yes.
Dr. Navarro and Tiago Vicetti are among those who've been pushing for that. And that really opens the way for other countries to join in legitimizing this, up to this point, marginal discipline and pursuit at an academic and scientific level. So thank you, Julio, for everything that you're doing.
Thank you very much.
We want to now go to Peru, to Giorgio Pacenza, who has been there. He's been very active in the Citizens for Disclosure campaign since the beginning. So Giorgio, I turn it over to you.
He's a friend.
I'm trying to share my screen. Is it on?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start then. Thank you very much. Well, I will speak about civilian efforts moving disclosure forward. First of all, the Nazca Mami situation. Since 2017, more than 50 civilian scientists, including renowned forensic doctors, David Ruiz.
Sorry, Giorgio, I meant the functionality is on, but you're not sharing your screen in case you want to share your screen.
Okay, let's see. Oh, God. I don't know. Jesus Christ. It doesn't show. Let me see.
We all get the feeling, Giorgio.
I think I got it. Is it showing now? Yes. It's showing now, right?
Yes.
Hello? George? Jim?
Yes, we see your screen. You can go to presenter mode. Thank you.
Okay, can I start?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm Giorgio Piacenza in Lima, Peru. Since 2017, more than 50 scientists, including geneticists and renowned forensic doctors, have examined many of the Peruvian tridactyl mummies. They found no trickery and are pressing for further research. We need to listen to them. Special merit goes to the professors at Universidad San Luis Gonzaga in Ica that are researching this with a lot of opposition and scant resources. This could be a form of disclosure that we have not usually considered, but it's coming through. If you want to read a report on scientists that have researched the tridactyls, please Google scientists that have researched the three-finger mummy's ubiquity. Let's move forward. To support the courageous research team in the Universidad San Luis Gonzaga in Peru, you can go to the GoFundMe page, Support Scientific Research on the Nazca Mummies! ! I have a news scoop for you. I have first-hand information that on November the 9th, in the Peruvian Congress, there will be a public hearing to reform the Peruvian laws in favor of the anomalous tridactyl Nazca beings. So we are all crossing fingers because this would give an official acknowledgement to a scientific research that has already been happening and is just being ignored by the media at large. Let's move on. I want to mention the Free Experiencer survey in which 4,000 respondents from various countries responded anonymously and giving us surprising details of their UFO encounters from all over the world. You can read a Google link of our free initial chapter on our book, Beyond UFOs. If you go to Free Experiencer Survey Beyond UFOs, Giorgio. There I created a link where we can read what people are really saying without the bias of a particular researcher saying that they accept or don't accept a particular contactee. We also went into noticing the importance of consciousness and the paranormal in research in relation to these experiences. We created the Consciousness and Contact Research Institute and published 47 academic articles exploring new paradigm theories. These articles can be read for free at agreaterreality.com. As a member of ICER, I also congratulate Centro Ufologico Nazionale from Italy. Yes, the Republic of San Marino decided to request to the United Nations to hold annual UFO conferences with a UN associated office. Hopefully, this should happen between June and September of 2025. And ICER.pt has all the information about this. Well, finally, I would like to mention very much that civilian contactees, the ones that are having voluntary conversant relationships with NHI and with evidence, can help us assess who these NHI are and adapt humanity to a less fear-based disclosure. Here we have pictures of these contactees. The one on the left, Jose Maria Gomez Montiel, is a current contactee in Barcelona, Spain. But contactees like Ricardo Gonzalez, Luis Fernando Mostajo from Bolivia, Ricardo Sixto Paz from Peru, have provided evidence of the NHI craft to reporters and researchers. So we need to consider this also as an integral part of the disclosure process. I would like to abound into many more issues, but I think the time is limited. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Jojo. The Nazca mummies are indeed a fascinating phenomenon. We won't have the time to go into it now, but it is another indicator that what we're dealing with is much more complex, much more dimensionalized than anything we initially imagined.
Yes, Jim.
You think about it, that 1,000 years ago in a cave in Peru, genetically modified beings of some sort were left and are being discovered today. The implications of that are quite literally staggering. So thank you, Giorgio, for bringing that to our attention. So we want to now go to our final speaker for today, Andrea Simodini in Argentina. And Giorgio, if you can keep your microphone on, we need you to interpret for Andrea. Andrea, welcome, and tell us what you're doing there in Argentina.
Thank you, Jim. Gracias, Giorgio, por la traducción. Bueno, mi nombre es Andrea Pérez Simondini. Soy directora de Sephora de Argentina y directora continental por América del Sur de ICER, que es International Coalition Extraterrestre Research.
Yes, I'm Andrea Perez Simondini. I'm the director of the Argentinian Studies Commission on the UFO phenomenon, Sephora, and I'm also the continental director of ICER for Latin America.
Bueno, desde hace 15 años llevamos adelante la desclasificación de archivos oficiales en Argentina bajo la ley nueva de acceso a la información pública.
Yeah, we have been carrying the official declassification process under the new public law for 15 years. We have been working with the government for this.
Hemos logrado desclasificar varios documentos, entre ellos el más importante de nuestro país, que es el caso Bariloche del 31 de julio de 1995.
We have been able to declassify several documents, and the most important one being the Bariloche case from 1995.
Hemos conformado equipos de trabajo que se enfocan en áreas de peritaje de campo, monitoreo satelital, desarrollo de bases de datos de variables de identificación de anomalías.
We have been able to create teams that focus on field research and also monitoring satellite data and analysis in different areas.
Estudiamos metamateriales de recuperación de casos vinculados a estrellamientos de ovnis, como la pieza de Ubatuba de Brasil, que presenta una composición isotópica de naturaleza extraña, que entregamos para el análisis a revisión de pares con Jacques Vallée, Gary Nolan y Luis Elizondo para su estudio.
Yes, we have been conducting metamaterial research from crashed UFOs, including the Ubatuba piece from Brazil, and that has strange isotopic ratios. And we have been working with Jacques Vallée on this, also with Gary Nolan and with Luis Elizondo.
El estudio de la conciencia es otro campo que afrontamos hace más de 30 años con importantes expertos académicos liderado por el doctor Néstor Berlanda.
We have also been involved in the study of consciousness for about 30 years, connecting with different cases under the direction of Dr. Néstor Berlanda.
Integro como directora de ICER por Sudamérica la campaña por incorporar a la agenda de Naciones Unidas el tratamiento de los UAP y estamos trabajando para que sea oído el reclamo de la desclasificación porque entendemos que es un derecho de todos.
I also integrate with ICER the campaign to work with the United Nations in order to include the declassification and better treatment of the UAP issue, because I understand that this is an issue that involves the whole world.
En Argentina estamos iniciando el primer proceso de acercamiento con la Embajada Argentina, con representación en Naciones Unidas, para sumar a ICER desde Argentina como parte de la campaña del proyecto Titán.
We are working with the embassy in Argentina in order to incorporate ICER under the project Titan.
Bueno, hoy es un día especial en Argentina, es el Día de la Madre, así que quiero honrar esta jornada de desclasificación para mi mamá, Silvia Pérez Simondini, que ha sido una gran difusora y que ha abierto caminos en la desclasificación y en la investigación. Y aprovecho para agradecerles a todos la atención, sabiendo que estamos viviendo un momento histórico y que este es el momento que todos merecemos saber la verdad y que hay que generar mucha presión para que las autoridades del mundo sepan de que hay un fenómeno que es real y que está entre nosotros. Muchas gracias a todos.
Well, since today is a very special day in Argentina, it's Mother's Day, I give thanks to my mother. I recognize my mother, Silvia Perez, because Silvia Simondini, because she has been a great UFO researcher for decades and very much involved in the declassification process. So I thank you all also, because I understand that this is a worldwide event that needs to be recognized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea, and happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. That brings our program to a close, everyone. And I want to just pause and take in what we've heard today and what we can take from this first Global Disclosure Day broadcast. The most fundamental fact in human existence at this moment is that there is zero doubt that we are not alone. Whether it's the legislation, whether it's the multiple senior officials who have stated that technologies of unknown origin and non-human technologies and non-human intelligences are here, and there's evidence, whether it's the hundreds of thousands, indeed millions of people around the world who've experienced direct contact with the extraterrestrials. We are now embarking on the great adventure of cosmic contact. That's the enormity of this moment. That after the eons of time that our species has been here on Earth, we're now in direct contact with advanced civilizations from far off star systems and immediately adjacent other dimensions. Some even speculate from the human future itself. And they've been coming for a singular reason. They began to show up when the United States ignited the first nuclear device on July 16th, 1945, near Alamogordo, New Mexico, and then dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki on August 6th and August 9th. And the consensus of all the people all over the world that have communicated with the extraterrestrials, they've basically said the same thing. The ignition of those thermonuclear weapons sent alarm bells through the ether. And they've come essentially to warn us that we're destroying each other, we're destroying the larger ecosystem, and we need to stop, especially our nuclear weapons. And in particular, the environment, because one of the most consistent communications with these beings is that planet Earth is one of the rarest and most biologically diverse ecosystems known. And we humans have brought the entire life process to the brink, the very precipice of self-destruction. That's why they're here. And for us at this moment, all of us, wherever we are around the world, whatever we're doing to animate the human spirit at this time, that we're bigger than the way that we're behaving. We have a destiny that's far grander than just simply being here, consuming resources on this planet. That there's a cosmos waiting to embrace us. If only we'll take the time to transform ourselves and to radically reshape human relations in the ethos of love and compassion and embrace of the other. And then to extend that ethos to the ecosystem and understand that we are just one small niche in a web of life that's as conscious as we are and is capable of extraordinary communication with us if we would only learn the mother tongue. This is what the New Paradigm Institute stands for. This is why we've created the various projects like the Citizens for Disclosure that have led to this Global Disclosure Day. We're motivated at this moment of both precariousness but extraordinary opportunity to build a global coalition that will catalyze a new paradigm, a new level of human consciousness, so that we embrace our cosmic destiny with an open heart, in the spirit that all is one. I want to thank all of you for joining today. I want to invite you to come to the newparadigm.org website if you would like to join our Citizens for Disclosure or a variety of our other projects. And we hope to see you down the road. Please be in touch. And then next year for our second annual Global Disclosure Day. Thank you, everyone. It's wonderful to be in your company. Let's do this. Let's take the action necessary to compel our governments to disclose what the public already knows.